Kuotanya utuh 24
Bayu, provider nggak gitu-gitu aja.
Bisa internet
Dengan nomor aktif selamanya. Jadi nggak ribet gonta-ganti SIM card.
bikin bebas kemana aja.
Kuotanya utuh 24 jam.
Biar kamu bebas nggak
Bisa internetan siang dan malam. Dan dengan sinyal kuat Telkomsel, bikin bebas kemana aja. Yuk pakai Bayu sekarang, biar kamu bebas nggak gitu-gitu aja.
Baru Implora Day to Day Series, lengkapi harimu bareng Day to Day 2 Cake yang samarkan COVID. Ada kitchen lip bullet yang gampang dibawa kemana aja dengan warna pigmented untuk wajah lebih fresh. Super Slim Day to Day Brow Pop buat alismu tampak natural. Day to Day Light Matte Lip Cream dengan formula ringan yang melembabkan bibir. Implora Day to Day Series, cantik tiap detik.
Berani menunjukkan diriku yang baru. Dengan Implora Urban Lip Cream yang banyak pilihan warna. Formula ringan dan tahan lama untuk setiap penampilan. Implora Urban Series. Berani jadi aku.
Urban Lip Cream Matte dengan tampilan baru. Mengandung vitamin E untuk lembabkan bibirmu. Hasilnya matte, transfer proof, dan ringan. Urban Lip Cream Matte, lip cream nomor 1 di Indonesia. Implora, approved by me.
Berpengalaman lebih dari 40 tahun di pasar modal Indonesia. BRI Dana Reksa terdepan dalam mendukung aktivitas investasi Anda. Dengan BRI Dana Reksa Multi Investment Account, Anda dapat berinvestasi saham, obligasi, reksadana dalam satu genggaman.
Modern, kekinian,
Raih
simple,
tujuan investasi
unribet
Anda
dan
bersama
fun.
BRI
Hadir
Dana
hanya
Reksa
untuk kamu.
Sekuritas.
Bright Easy dari Brights. Investasi mudah, modern, kekinian, simple, anti-ribet, dan fun. Hadir hanya untuk kamu. Bright Easy dari Brights. Download sekarang.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the 24th Auditors Transformation Venture International Seminar. Allow us to introduce ourselves. I am Fadil.
And I am Bianca. We will be your master of ceremony for today's seminar.
First of all, let us express our gratitude to God Almighty for their blessings and guidance, allowing us to be here for today's special seminar.
The 24th Auditors Transformation Venture is the oldest and largest student-organized audit event, held under the Studi Profesionalisme Akuntan, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Indonesia.
Each year, the 24th ATV Seminar highlights current and pertinent issues within the world of auditing, aiming to expand the knowledge and insights of all participants.
Before we begin, we would like to extend our gratitude to the parties who have contributed to the success of this event. A special thank you to our esteemed sponsors of the 24th ATV, Pertamina Gas Negara,
PT Perkebunan Nusantara 4,
BRI Dana Reksa Sekuritas,
Implora,
Bayu,
Bank DKI,
Pajaku,
BPJS Ketenagakerjaan,
Ito N,
Onyx,
Kopi Kenangan,
Iluni FEB UI,
CPA Australia,
and Cleo.
and also a heartfelt, resounding thank you to our incredible media partners, Metro TV,
Tempo,
Media Indonesia,
Medcom.id,
IAI Jawa Barat,
Radio Per FM,
Greeneration,
Brilionet,
FIFA News,
SPA FEB UI,
BEM FEB UI,
HMA FEB USU,
HMVA UI,
BAK FEB Undip,
KSA UKDW.
and Kompasiana.
Before we continue, we invite all attendees to stand for the singing of our national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Thank you. Please be seated.
Before we begin, we would like to read the rules and regulation.
Participants must register through atvfebui.com/seminar to attend the event.
All participants are required to attend the 24th ATV International Seminar until the event ends.
Certificates will only be given to participants who have registered, completed the attendance forms, and attended all seminar sessions until the end.
FEBUI students who want to claim cum must register, complete the attendance forms, and attend all sessions from start to finish.
Participants seeking SKP IAI must also meet the same requirements as those claiming cum.
Participants are strictly prohibited from causing disturbance or engaging in any behavior that could create problem during the event.
Feel free to share your experience at the 24th ATV International Seminar on social media and tag at ATV FEB UI.
Additional rules for offline attendees. Please dress appropriately.
Only participants who registered through atvfebui.com/seminar are allowed entry. To avoid disrupting speakers and other attendees, please limit unnecessary entries and exits from the auditorium.
The following items are not allowed:
Weapons of any kind,
flammable objects,
illegal substances,
cameras with professional lens,
laser pointers,
cigarettes, e-cigarettes, or vapes.
and kind reminder, the slides will not be given at the end of this seminar.
Today's seminar carries the theme, Paving the Path to Sustainable Goals, Advancing Finance and Auditing for a Greener Future.
This seminar will provide deeper insights into the sustainable roadmap of the 2015 Paris Agreement, which aims for zero emissions by 2050.
Additionally, the seminar will address the role of banking, particularly auditor, in ensuring accuracy in Indonesia nationally determined contribution, development, and the strategies needed to support these efforts.
We hope this seminar offers valuable knowledge that participants can implement in their respective fields.
A brief announcement. E-certificate will be given to the participant who have registered and complete the feedback form at the end of the event. The feedback form will be available in QR code displayed later and also shared via Zoom chat.
Before the event begins, allow us to first read out the agenda for this morning.
For the first agenda, we will have an opening remarks by Prof. Heri Hermansyah, Mr. Febrio Nathan Kacaribu, Mr. Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, and Mr. Basuki Cahaya Purnama.
Then, we will go to our first keynote session by Mr. Advid Nath, IFRS Board, ESG Advisor, and Founder and CEO of Blue Bridge Global.
Followed by second keynote session by Prof. Henry Rialdi, Head of the Department of Surveillance and Integrated Financial Service Sector Policy Indonesia, Otoritas Jasa Keuangan.
After that, continued with our third keynote session by Mr. Hiroshi Komori as a member of International Sustainability Standards Board.
Then, our first session will be conducted by Mr. Angga Puja Prayoga as the member of Sustainability Working Team, Institute of Indonesia Chartered Accountant.
For the second session, will be presented by Mrs. Francisca Uy as the Director of Compliance, Corporate Affairs and Legal, and Corporate Secretary at CIMB Niaga Bank.
And for our last session, will be presented by Mr. Su Woon Long from FCCA Group CFO, Shailendra Asia Pte Ltd.
To open today's event, let us welcome the Head of the Accounting Department of FEB UI, Prof. Desi Adariani. We are pleased to invite you to come forward.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable guests, distinguished speakers, maybe they will join later. Faculty members, if any, students and esteemed participants. Good afternoon and a warm welcome to the 24th Auditors Transformation Venture, ATV, ATV International Audit Seminar at the Faculty of Economics and Business here, Universitas Indonesia. So it is a privilege for me to stand before you today as we embark on an insightful discussion under the theme, Paving the Path to Sustainable Goals. So this is very interesting, Advancing Finance and Auditing for a Greener Future. I believe this topic is very relevant for us all, because this will touch the finance, accounting, auditing for a greener future, So this theme underscores the growing significance of sustainability in the fields of finance and auditing. So today, as we know, ESG, environmental, social, and governance considerations are not just trends, but also critical components in shaping financial strategies, corporate accountability, and risk management. So of course, this is very relevant to accounting, The role of auditors and financial professionals extends beyond numbers because we have to become the guardians of transparency, accountability, ensuring the sustainability reporting and financial disclosures reflect real-world impact, including the sustainability aspect, So we are honored to have distinguished lineup of renowned experts, policymakers, and industry leaders. I believe, this has been announced before, by our MC, who will share their insights on sustainability, governance, and the future of financial and auditing. Let me extend my sincere appreciation to our esteemed speakers, including the one who will give the opening remarks, Basuki Cahaya Punama, and then Pak Basuki Cahaya Punama. We know him as Pak Ahok, and also Bapak Profesor Heri Hermansyah, our new rector, and also Bapak Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, And I also see that there are many keynote speakers and also panel discussion speakers, and I believe that they will all contribute to our discussion, and I hope that this will not stop only as a discussion, but the main point is how we can give impact, based on the knowledge shared in this event. Okay, so this seminar serves as a platform for dialogue, knowledge sharing, and collaboration among academics, professionals, regulators, and future business leaders. As we navigate an increasingly complex financial and business landscape, so discussions like this today will help us shape sustainable strategies that align profitability with responsibility. Okay. So all participants, I encourage you to actively engage, ask questions. Do not be ashamed to ask questions to the speakers, because they will give you the contributions and insights, regarding this important topic, and make the most of this valuable opportunity to learn from the best minds in the field. So finally, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the organizing committee of the 24th ATV, whose dedication has made this event possible. So with that, I officially welcome you to the 24th ATV International Audit Seminar. Let's make this a day of meaningful insights and impactful discussions. So thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Prof. Desi, for the warm remarks.
Next, let us welcome Angie Christina as Chief Executive of Studi Profesionalisme Akuntan, Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Indonesia. For Angie, we would like to invite you to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Our esteemed speaker, distinguished guests, participants, and colleagues. My name is Angie, and I am the Chief Executive of Studi Profesionalisme Akuntan FEB UI 2025. And it is a great honor to me to stand before you today to open the 24th Auditors Transformation Venture International Audit Seminar. And this year, we focus on the theme, Paving the Path to Sustainable Goals, Advancing Finance and Auditing for a Greener Future. I also want to congratulate, and as we embark on this insightful journey today, let me begin by expressing my deepest gratitude to all the committee members behind this event who have supported this event to make this event possible. Your hard work and dedication over the past month have been instrumental in bringing this seminar to life. And without your perseverance and unwavering commitment, we wouldn't be here today. And thank you for your outstanding effort in making this event possible. I would also like to extend my appreciation to our distinguished speakers, our keynote speaker, our session speaker, who have graciously agreed to share their knowledge and expertise with us. Your presence today adds immense value to the seminar, and we look forward to the wisdom you will impart. And to all the participants, I encourage you to engage actively, also ask questions, and make the most of this opportunity to collaboration and communication with our speaker. And the knowledge we gain today will help shape the future of finance and auditing and the pursuit of sustainability. And let us begin the seminar with enthusiasm, curiosity, and the shared goal of advancing toward a more sustainable and greener future. Thank you, and I hope you enjoy the session ahead.
Thank you, Angie, for the speech.
Now, let us welcome Muhammad Naufal Ali as Project Officer of the 24th ATV. For Ali, we would like to invite you to the stage.
Good afternoon, future auditors. To the Honorable Professor Heri Hermansyah, Rector of Universitas Indonesia, Professor Teguh Dartanto, Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Indonesia, Professor Desi Haryani, Head of Accounting Department at the Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Indonesia, Mr. Basuki Cahayapurnama, former Governor of DKI Jakarta, Mr. Febrio Nathan Kacaribu, Chairman of Fiscal Policy Agency, Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, former Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia, and all distinguished speakers and moderators. My name is Muhammad Naufal Ali, Project Officer of the 24th Auditors Transformation Venture. It's a great pleasure for me to welcome all of you to the prestigious International Audit Seminar. To let you know, Auditors Transformation Venture, also known as ATV FEB UI, is an annual program held by undergraduate accounting students at the Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Indonesia. For over 2 decades, we have consistently strived to be the best in the field as the biggest and oldest audit-related event in Indonesia. This year, as we stand at the intersection of financial accountability and global sustainability, we recognize the pivotal role of auditors in addressing the increasing public demand for ESG reporting. So, this year, we brought this seminar with the theme of Paving the Path to Sustainable Goals, Advancing Finance and Auditing for a Greener Future. I sincerely hope that today's discussion will inspire new perspective, spark meaningful collaboration, and reinforce the role of auditor as key agents in shaping a sustainable future. Once again, welcome to the International Audit Seminar of the 24th Auditors Transformation Venture. Thank you.
Thank you, Ali, for the speech.
To begin our event, we would like to invite Prof. Heri Hermansyah to deliver the first opening remark. Please give applause to Prof. Heri.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and all participants of the 24th ATV Faculty of Economic and Business Universitas Indonesia International Audit Seminar. It is an honor to address this remarkable event. The 24th ATV Faculty of Economic and Business Universitas Indonesia International Audit Seminar is not just a milestone, but a testament to excellence in audit education. As Indonesia's largest and longest-running student-led audit event, ATV is a catalyst for growth, offering competition, training, workshops, and this prestigious seminar. The role of accountants has evolved. Today, accounting is more than numbers. It is about integrating environmental, social, and governance principles into corporate reporting. Auditors now play a critical role in ensuring transparency, verifying that ESG disclosures are accurate and trustworthy. They are not just financial detectives, but guardians of integrity. This seminar is a platform for students, professionals, and academics to engage in meaningful dialogue, address challenges, and inspire innovation. Let us use this opportunity to exchange ideas, reinforce integrity, and drive the evolution of the audit professional. Let me close this remark with a poem. Morning dew on leaves, fresh and bright. The sun rises, spreading its light. Accountants now do more than counts and write, incorporating ESG to lead with insight. Thank you, and let's make today a landmark moment in the journey of auditing excellence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Harry, for the warm remarks.
Next, we would like to invite Mr. Febrio Nathan Kacaribu to deliver the second opening remarks. Please give applause to Mr. Febrio.
Good afternoon. I couldn't hear the voice from the MC.
Recording in
I just want to check
progress.
whether my voice is okay from the audience. Can I check if my voice is heard? Test.
Yes, I can hear your voice.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. Bapak Teguh Dartanto, Dean of Faculty of Economics and Business, University of Indonesia, Professor Desi Daryani, Director of Department of Accounting, esteemed panelists, speakers, and participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It is truly an honor for me to speak at this event, the 24th Auditors Transformation Venture Seminar. This is a very good seminar, and I would like to congratulate SPA and also Faculty of Economics and Business University of Indonesia and also Department of Accounting for holding this very important seminar that will help us together in learning and knowing what are the advancement in technology, innovation, policy developments that shape our industries and economies, especially on the ground of the green economy. And this is particularly very encouraging for me to know exactly that this is a forum for the financial professionals and especially auditors and auditors to be, since most of you are students. This seminar, hopefully, hope together we will see experts talking, policymakers, researchers, and also industry leaders for us together to explore emerging trends, assess challenges, and identify opportunities for growth, and also hopefully for collaboration further. I'm thrilled to see the theme of the seminar, Paving the Path to Sustainable Goals, Advancing Finance and Auditing for a Greener Future. This is truly underscore the importance of the leveraging of financing, technology, and sustainable practices from the financial practices and also professionals to drive our long-term progress in terms of developing further our economy and especially our green economy. Allow me a little bit to review where we are in terms of our economy. Ladies and gentlemen, clearly we are facing challenges, especially from the situation in the global economy, which is quite cautious state at the moment. We see that the forecast for the global growth will be around 3.2% for 2025. This is quite stagnant, and clearly we are faced with challenges such as inflation that's still very high in some developed economies and also some developing economies. We also see geopolitical tensions in Ukraine, in the Middle East, South China Sea, and along with this policy shift of major economies from the US, Europe, etc. Clearly, this is a very challenging setting for our economy nowadays. Domestically, Indonesia has been growing at 5% economic growth. Last year, in 2024, we grew by 5.03%, driven by strong household consumption, manufacturing sector performance, and also specifically, we managed to keep our inflation low and stable. This is helping a lot of our consumers, households, to have purchasing power, to buy food, to buy necessities for their lives. We also see that in terms of exports and also imports, Indonesia has enjoyed the last 4 or 5 years of a trade surplus, which is not easy to maintain, not easy to achieve during the time of instability, especially globally, that we are mentioned. Ladies and gentlemen, we see that economic resilience of Indonesia is underpinned by structural reforms which support industrial downstreaming, digital transformation, and also manufacturing. We see that policies that would further boosting value-added industries, attracting investment, and also enhancing energy security is going to well position Indonesia to capitalize our situation, our state as emerging economic power, and we would like to grab all of these opportunities right in front of us. In terms of fiscal prudence, we maintain our fiscal prudence, especially in 2025. We have a budget deficit at 2.53% of GDP. And the spending of the government, as everybody has been following in the news as well, has been focused more on the human capital development, education, social protection, but not to mention we also push based on the direction from the president for the food security and also agricultural product. Especially talking about the theme of today, President Prabowo also pushing for sustainable economic growth. It's not just about numbers, it is about clearly, some of you already mentioned about achieving net zero emission by 2060 or earlier. But it is not only about the emission itself. We also see together that this trend is about value-added creation. We also see that this is an opportunity for Indonesia to gain more of global connectivity, global inclusiveness in terms of value chain. We know that we can continue our downstreaming policies of our minerals that will make Indonesia well positioned to take advantage of these opportunities of green economy ecosystem. Now, we can talk about the industries, we can talk about the sectors that are really emerging. For example, we can see the EV industry is going to take advantage of the abundance of natural resources that we have in Indonesia, and we push Indonesia to be part of this global value chain of EV ecosystem that will clearly create not only value added, not only for lower emission of our economy, but also creating job for high value added jobs. Hopefully this is going to be with a higher productivity for our labor as well. Now, in terms of ecosystem, we can talk about the span from the upstream to the downstream sectors of green economy. I can highlight several of them. We can also talk about the creation of or manufacturing of the electricity equipment. For example, if we want to build more of solar panel power plants, we know that we have the capabilities and we have opportunities for us also to manufacture more of this solar panel domestically. When I'm talking about green, especially I would like to highlight in two big sectors, especially one is the forest and land use. This is the biggest sector that Indonesia has in terms of the ability of the economy to absorb carbon. Indonesia, with maybe only Brazil and Congo, are the three biggest forest country in the world, which is actually providing global public goods for the world in terms of its ability, our ability to absorb carbon emission. So a lot of us have been talking about Indonesia or the forest of Indonesia and Brazil and Congo as the lung of the world. So this is part of what we call global public goods. That's one of the biggest sector when we talk about carbon or green economy in Indonesia. The second biggest one will be highlighted, which is the energy sector. In energy, everybody understand that Indonesia is one of the most endowed countries in terms of natural resources, especially coal. We have a lot of coal and we still export a lot of coal. And domestically, we are still using a lot of coal for our power. For example, for electricity, we use more than 60% of our electricity generation coming from coal. Now, when we talk about the national interest, clearly we are looking for energy security, sustainability, sovereignty, but also at the same time, we would like to create more of value added here in Indonesia. At the same time, we contribute our global public goods as a global lung when I mentioned about the forest, but also at the same time, we would like to build more of energy and also manufacturing that is more green in the future. As a critical aspect of this strategy, as I mentioned, we would like to achieve net zero of by 2060 or earlier. And we have mentioned several times that we would like to increase the renewable energy mix of Indonesia. Several times we've mentioned that by 2040, we would like to achieve around 60 to 70% of renewable in terms of our energy. And clearly this will require not only the commitment, but also a lot of innovations in terms of technology and also labor participation. Government is rapidly expanding our investment in solar, wind, hydro, geothermal power, which is should be represented soon in our next RUPTL, which is, a lot of you understand, this is the business plan for the PLN. In addition to support industrial decarbonization, green investment and downstreaming industry, government also has issued several tax incentives with strict energy efficiency regulations for businesses, commercial buildings, and households. These policies to be expected to accelerate the adoption of low-emission technologies, waste-to-energy solution, green hydrogen production, and promoting energy transition in general. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the most significant shifts in Indonesia's economic agenda has been the mainstreaming of green finance as a key enabler of this transition towards a low-carbon economy. A key breakthrough in climate finance has been one of them is the establishment of Indonesia's carbon market, which was launched at the IDX carbon trading platform. This is now available for domestic, but also for international participants. These initiatives will enable industries to trade carbon credits, creating a market-driven approach to emission reduction while generating new financial opportunities for companies investing in cleaner production methods. This carbon market will provide a potential additional funding for climate action and to support the economic growth. Indonesia has a significant potential in global carbon credit market, as I mentioned before, We have produced during the time of 2014 until 2020, we have generated a carbon credit stock of 577 million tons of CO2 equivalent. This is through the result-based emission reduction program in our forestry and other land use or FOLU sector. In an effort to build a transparent, integrated, inclusive, and fair carbon ecosystem, it is essential to strengthen what we call measurement, reporting, and verification, MRV. This is very important in the carbon credit ecosystem. A stringent and internationally recognized MRV is clearly expected to be present, and hopefully this is to materialize into a high integrity carbon credit, which is going to be translated into high quality credit that are fairly priced by global market. I would like to repeat that. We have carbon credits that we have produced. Indonesia will continue producing carbon credit through our innovations, but we would like our carbon to be priced fairly at the global market. Therefore, we should continue to strive international diplomacy to support the development of Indonesia's carbon market to accelerate our green economy growth. Clearly, this is where we're gonna hope a lot of participation and contribution from the financial professionals when we try to do our measuring, reporting, and verification. We need this to be internationally recognized. So our financial participants, our financial professional participants are going to be needed in terms of your help for us to be able to make this reality. Now let me move on a little bit to some financial instruments that we have created from the government, especially from the Ministry of Finance. Indonesia so far has been at the forefront of what we call sovereign sustainable financing, especially through the issuance of green sukuk, which has successfully raised over $7 billion since 2018. These funds have been instrumental in financing our renewable energy infrastructure through our state budget, and also financing sustainable urban transportation, climate resilience projects all over Indonesia. And clearly this will further reinforce Indonesia's commitment to decarbonization and environmental sustainability. In terms of the sustainable financing landscape in Indonesia, green financing by national banking sector has reached 1,900 trillion rupiah by 2023. This is a substantial increase from the previous year of 1,400 trillion rupiah. This also indicates a strong commitment from the private sector and also banking sector in Indonesia. Clearly, this is reflecting our confidence in our country's transition toward a greener and more sustainable economy. Ladies and gentlemen, as the world accelerates its transition towards sustainable finance, the role of financial auditors, financial professionals has never been more critical. In the reality of green finance, auditors act as gatekeepers of transparency, accountability, and credibility. They ensure that environmental, social, and governance, ESG, commitments made by financial institutions and corporations are not merely symbolic, but backed up by verifiable data. With the rise of sustainability and climate financing initiatives such as green bonds, carbon markets, and sustainability-linked loans, auditors play a key role in preventing greenwashing, the misleading portrayal of environmental responsibility. Through rigorous financial reviews, independent assurance, and ESG risk assessments, auditors should enhance investors' confidence and uphold the integrity of green financial instruments. In addition to strengthening the carbon market, auditors will play a pivotal role in supporting what we call measuring, reporting, and verification of carbon credit, ensuring the integrity and accuracy of our carbon data. Ladies and gentlemen, as we embark on today's discussion, let us focus on how innovation, policy, and technology can be leveraged to address pressing economic and environmental challenges. This seminar, I hope, is clearly an opportunity to exchange ideas, build partnerships, and contribute to shaping a sustainable and prosperous future for Indonesia and beyond. Once again, welcome to the 24th ATV Seminar. I look forward to your insightful exchanges and collaborative efforts in the sessions ahead. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Fabio, for the warm remarks.
Next, we would like to invite Mr. Basuki Chayapurnama to deliver the third opening remark. Please give applause to Mr. Basuki.
Distinguished participant and speaker of the ATV 2025 the 24th seminar. Welcome. And first of all, I have to thank and congratulate the SPS students for this event. I believe this is very important when you have decided as an auditor. The first thing you have to understand is above the written law we have called ethic. As the very principle as an auditor. Never took the bribe. You took the bribe. You were perfect justice and perfect the truth. What you got. But the problem is not easy like we want to say like this. I have an experience when I was a master degree student. I learned about the audit as auditor. My college lecturer said you need to know what this 1 month we learn. And he told us his experience when he was a young auditor. He found the CEO has a fraud. Then he with enthusiasm report to the owner what he had found. And the owner said, "Thank you. We really appreciate what you have done, what you have found." And he was waiting. The CEO got fired. And know what happened? After 6 months, the owner still the CEO the same job, the same position. And the CEO no. He was the auditor. He really want to know. One day he had opportunity. He really want to know personally. One day he had the owner opportunity to talk personally with the owner. You know why? Know what the owner told him? I didn't fire him. You know why? This is young auditor. I didn't fire him. Doesn't understand why. This is young auditor. He doesn't understand what is then. He can contribute. You have to understand. He can contribute a year. For 10 billion rupiah a year. I know. He still for my company. Million. I know. I know. He still 2 million. I try to find another one. I know he still 2 billion. There are many honest. I try to find another. Not smart like him. There are many honest. He never spent my money. Not smart like him. He can contribute 2 billion. He never spent my money, but only can contribute 2 billion. For what? Not to make you to become like a legal to do a corrupt. Not to make you to I just want to become like a legal to do a corrupt or make a fraud. I just want to tell you, sometimes, but you have to face the reality like this. When the people have a courage, but stand. I also believe when the people have a courage to stand for the truth, for the just stand and stand for the honesty, stand for the justice, and stand for the humanity. A good auditor. They will fight. Auditor is not an enemy as for the people. A good auditor. A good auditor is not an enemy for the people for the auditing, but this a friend, a partner. I also had an experience when I had a factory with my friend. I don't know which one is the right thing and the wrong thing I should to do. You know what I did? I paid the auditor company to audit my company and teach me what I should to do and not should to do. That's why I really hope the collaboration like this, the seminar like this, will give us a courage to stand firm. And we always have to remember, that has integrity auditor, has an ethic auditor, will have a bright future. So never give up. You have to believe, and I hope this seminar will inspire everyone of us of the importance of being a high value and principle auditor. As a human being, the most important is the human being with the principle. Principle to do the right thing and always stand firm for the truth. I hope you enjoy this seminar and be inspired for many discussions. God bless us. See you again in the next opportunity. Bye. Distinguished participant and speaker of the ATV 2025, the 24th seminar. Welcome. And first of all, I pay the auditor company to audit my company and teach me what I should to do and not should to do. That's why I really hope the collaboration like this, the seminar like this, will give us a courage to stand firm. And we always have to remember, that has integrity auditor, has an ethic auditor, will have a bright future. So never give up. You have to believe, and I hope this seminar will inspire everyone of us of the importance of being a high value and principle auditor. As a human being, the most important is the human being with the principle. Principle to do the right thing and always stand firm for the truth. I hope you enjoy this seminar and be inspired for many discussions. God bless us. See you again in the next opportunity. Bye.
Yes. All right, thank you very much. Thank you all, the participants of the 24th ATV Conference Auditors Transformation Venture.
Thank you, Mr. Basuki, for the warm remarks.
And we would like to apologize for technical difficulties. To complete our opening remarks, we would like to invite Mr. Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno to deliver the last opening remark. Please give applause to Mr. Sandiaga.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me to the 24th Auditors Transformations Venture, and it is an absolute delight that I will be speaking to you after Pak Febri and Pak Ahok, and hopefully we would be able to deliver thought-provoking discussions on the topic of paving the path to sustainable goals, advancing finance and auditing for a greener future. And thank you for Faculty of Economics and Business University of Indonesia for inviting me. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Rahayu. I'd like to mention Professor Dr. Insinyur Heri Hermansyah, Rector of the University of Indonesia. Thank you for gracing this event. Head of Accounting Study Program, Lulu Widiawati, Dean of FEB UI, Pak Teguh Dartanto, PhD. Before I start, let me open with an intangible cultural heritage of Indonesia that we're very proud of, and it has been rendered to be recognized by UNESCO in 2020. It's called Pantun. And to give the starting Pantun, I hope you could reply by saying "cakep" or handsome after every line that we will give. And it goes like this. The earth gives a generous hand. You know? Cakep. Resources we use across the land. For a greener future, let's take a stand. With finance and audits, side by side, hand in hand. Thank you very much for your checkup. And if you haven't given the checkup now, you could have a chance to give a checkup at the end of the presentation. I'd like to open up by giving you a very most recent data that 81% of investors now are integrating ESG, or environmental, social, and governance as part of their most strategic considerations, and 75% of them are applying negative screening in their investments. And this is the data that we collected from US SIF in 2024. That means large majority of investors now using the ESG principle. Back in 2007, when Steve and I started work in the Cipali Toll Road construction, nobody has ever heard of ESG. In fact, when we started the ESIA, Environmental Social Impact Analysis, only 2 consultants could actually deliver the work that we do. That's right, Steve? Yes. So it's actually the start of my old firm, Saratoga, adopting ESG in every facet of their investment. Today, 81% of the investors are integrating it into their business practice. Back then, less than 1%. So you could see within 18 years, the world has changed dramatically. The total issuance of green, social, and sustainability, or GSS plus bonds, have reached close to $1.4 trillion by end of 2024. It is still below the 2023 number of $1.7 trillion. This is something that is very remarkable And the data that we compile from ISS Corporate 2025 shows a remarkable demand out of this green financing. Thanks to AI and data analytics, we are seeing an increasing role in technology, data-driven practices, evidence-based implementations in enhancing ESG data quality and sustainability impact measurement as we currently see. 65% of global financial institutions have shown interest in utilizing AI for impact-based investing. I just came back from a roadshow covering parts of Asia, Middle East, and the Americas, and I've seen how ESG have transformed through AI the amazing green approach to every single financing. So the question is not to make ESG as an exclusive financing product, but it is making an inclusive financing that will allow companies to transform and transition into a green economy. And ESG reporting standards will continue to evolve. The adoptions of frameworks like the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure, or TCFD, and the Global Reporting Initiative, GRI, to strengthen the reliability of sustainability audits have continued to be a very strategic initiative. I believe that there are challenges still in everything. If you could see, challenges continue. And if you look at this chart as technology and digitalization, I don't see them as challenges. But sustainable auditing is basically now here in front of us for us to implement. 65% of the audits are adopting AI for ESG, and about 35% is actually a potential for us to increase. And the adoptions of trends of ESG reporting frameworks in Indonesia also continue dramatically, from 4% of TCFD adoptions to 18% within 2 years, and for the GRI adoptions from 80 to 90%. Next is challenges that we have to face is the limited understanding among majority of Indonesian businesses, which is largely micro, small, medium enterprises, UMKM. In particular, regarding the green financing schemes, because they have lack of access to low interest credit and underdeveloped infrastructures, continue to be key barriers. These are the challenges, but I see a glass half full, that SMEs, when they are ready to be introduced to green financing, will provide solutions, such as the enhancing financial literacy for MSMEs through training and mentoring programs, encourage banks and financial institutions to offer more inclusive green financing products, as well as strengthening government policies and incentives to support UMKM in adopting sustainable practices. For green financing, the catalyst, I believe, in order for us to achieve sustainable and inclusive growth, will be 3C. I would say 3C. First is innovations, inovasi. Second is adaptation or adaptasi. And third is collaboration or kolaborasi. This should be the green finance scheme and the approach for us to build a catalyst for sustainable and inclusive growth. At the end, I would like to invite the financial sectors and through this seminar to follow best practice. I've been spending time in the private sectors, and the last 10 years, I dedicated myself to public life. I think there are a lot of opportunity for us to work together to create economic opportunities, business ideas, and create sustainable and good quality jobs. And I invite you to collaborate together. Let me close my presentations with another fun tune. Are you ready? Yes. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Planting trees is such a bliss. To make the earth filled with peace. Thank you for all your precious time. Hopefully we can meet in another time. Thank you very much. Let me close with hamdalah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Sandiaga, and thank you to all our speakers for the meaningful and inspiring opening remarks. Your words have truly set the tone for today's event.
Now, we are ready to move forward with our first keynote session, which will be conducted by Mr. Advait. Mr. Advaitnath is the founder and CEO of Blue Bridge Global and Prismic, as well as a senior advisor at Catalyst Advisory, with nearly 30 years of experience across development finance institution, international organization, governments, and the private sector. He is recognized expert in strategic financial management, blockchain, AI, and ESG-driven finance.
Without further ado, please give a round of applause for Mr. Advait.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for that introduction. It is truly an honor to join you today at the 24th Auditors Transformation Venture. I had the privilege of visiting your very beautiful country a few years ago, and I have to say I was in absolute awe just standing in front of some of those historical temples like the Borobudur and the Pranbanam. And it was a truly unforgettable experience, and the food was amazing as well. Being here today, I feel a similar excitement. It reminds me of why Indonesia is so crucial to the future of sustainability, because economic growth, cultural heritage, and environmental responsibility must go hand in hand. May I also just briefly say how impressed I am by the level of organization planning and professionalism I've seen from the student faculty team. Truly outstanding. I would expect nothing less from future top-notch auditors. I started my career as an auditor, one of the most memorable and important skill sets that I learned, and it has served me well in my career. And I'm sure it will serve you well as well. And today we are part of an extraordinary gathering where discussions on corporate accountability, sustainability, reporting, and auditing will not just be theoretical, they are shaping the future of finance. And here's the best part. You are at the forefront of this transformation. Because the future of finance is not just about compliance as it has been in the last decades. It's going to be and is about innovation, ethical leadership, and real impact. If we can move to the next slide, I'm going to ask the first question as to why are we talking about sustainability? The world is changing. The old way of doing business, where only profits mattered, is no longer acceptable. The future of finance, investment, and auditing is about driving meaningful impact. Today, companies that ignore sustainability are not just outdated, they are at the risk of extinction. Investors, consumers, and regulators are demanding transparency, accountability, and action. So let's put this in numbers. If you look at the graph presented, ESG investments are projected to hit $50 trillion by 2025. That is 1/3 of all global assets under management. So this is not a small trend. This is the biggest shift in global finance since the creation of the stock markets. My question to you is to ask yourself, will I be a spectator or will I be a leader in this transformation? If we move to the next slide, what we're seeing and witnessing is a revolution in corporate accountability. So sustainability reporting is now becoming just as crucial as financial reporting. I spent half my career in financial reporting, and it was the most important thing because that financial reporting resulted in then an audit, which resulted in clean audit opinions, which was fundamental for all the stakeholders of those entities. So for something to rival financial reporting, it means it's big and it's important. So this isn't just about compliance, it's about ensuring that businesses are not only financially sound, but also environmentally responsible and socially accountable. So it signals a future where investors, regulators, and the public will scrutinize sustainability data with the same rigor as financial statements, because long-term success is no longer just measured by profits as we talked about, but by that impact that each entity, company, public sector entity makes. But here's the problem. Companies can say that they are sustainable, but how can they prove it? Can they prove it? Greenwashing is rampant. Let's talk about Volkswagen's Dieselgate scandal. They claimed that their diesel cars were clean, but they were emitting 40 times the legal limit. And the result was a $35 billion fine and significant reputation damage. And that they're still recovering from that. So this is why we need stronger sustainability reporting standards, regulations like the ISSB's IFRS S1, S2, that sets the global standard for sustainability disclosures now. I was fortunate in my previous role as the controller of one of the international UN agencies, the UN Agricultural Bank. We had implemented S1, S2 to a large degree by the end of 2024. And we're about to get the audit done in 2025. It was a rigorous standard to meet for an international organization that has 10 billion in assets. So it is a very substantive and important standard that companies and entities will be required to follow. There's also the EU's CSRD. This is forcing companies to provide deeper ESG disclosures. And there's more in other jurisdictions, but these are two I wanted to mention. My personal insights are that as a member of the IFRS ISSB's expert group, I recently attended a global forum where there were discussions on the adoption of S1, S2. And it's now being adopted by 36 jurisdictions. And guess what? Indonesia is joining as a new adopter. This means that you will be among the pioneers in sustainability reporting in this country. So a key question I have is, what if we had real-time, tamper-proof ESG reporting? Let's look at that next, on the next slide. So gone are the days when auditors were called bean counters. Maybe I'm too old, I remember that term. And if you've never heard that term before, that's great. It means that you belong to a new generation of finance professionals with a much, much bigger role. Auditors today are no longer just checking financials. They are truth seekers, ensuring companies tell the right story, the real story. Risk mitigators, identifying ESG risks before they turn into billion-dollar disasters. Sustainability enforcers, holding businesses accountable for the impact on the planet. So let's talk about three major trends shaping the future of sustainability reporting. The first, and I heard a little bit about this in the previous session opening remarks, is AI-powered audits. Artificial intelligence, AI, can process millions of transactions in seconds and can detect fraud, ESG inconsistencies in seconds, and this can prevent greenwashing or identify greenwashing in sustainability reports. I use AI all the time. Probably it saved me 30% of my time, just in terms of productivity gains. And in terms of applications and solutions to solve real world problems, it's just starting to get into its potential. Machine learning models are now used to detect anomalies in companies' carbon emission reporting, diversity metrics, and sustainability claims. One example is PricewaterhouseCoopers, PwC's AI-driven ESG assurance tool. It scans millions of corporate disclosures to verify whether companies' sustainability claims match their financial performance. So if a company claims to be net zero, but their supply chain emissions have risen, the AI flags it. There's another example of an AI-powered tool that reviewed hundreds of corporate sustainability reports and flagged that Coca-Cola claimed that 100% of recycled bottles while still being the world's top plastic polluter. So AI can flag misleading sustainability claims that manual audits might have missed. Another example is IBM's Watson. It's being used to analyze corporate sustainability reports to detect carbon offset fraud. And there's a company that was claiming carbon neutrality was flagged because AI detected that the offsets were purchased from questionable projects that didn't have real impact. And why does this matter? Because AI is making ESG audits faster, more accurate, and more proactive, rather than waiting for fraud to surface years later. Second, the second trend is blockchain. It creates a tamper-proof set of records of ESG data, preventing companies from manipulating sustainability reports after the fact, which allows real-time tracking of carbon credits, emissions, ethical sourcing, and climate finance. And there's some really exciting advancements in blockchain technology applied for ESG. Third is scope emissions for Scope 3, which, as many of you know, is the hardest emissions to track, but it is also the most impactful. Why Scope 3 emissions matter? Because they can account for 70 to 90% of a company's total emissions. So there's the example of Microsoft, where AI was used to track supply chain emissions through an AI auditing system, and it developed the system that scanned supply emission reports, logistical data, and fuel usage. And it found that 80% of its emissions were hidden in its supply chain, forcing suppliers to disclose that their real environmental impact. And why does this matter? Because companies can no longer ignore Scope 3 emissions. Regulators are now forcing businesses to track and disclose Scope 3 data. And as a challenge to you, as auditors, your role has never been more powerful. You will hold companies accountable, or will sustainability reporting just be a marketing buzzword? It's up to you. On the next slide, we're seeing that technology is not just the future of auditing, but it is really the present. And I really encourage all of you, if you haven't already, to start getting familiar and just playing with AI and blockchain technologies. These are two amongst the few other Web3 technologies that are going to be everywhere in the next few years, and some already. So AI and blockchain are revolutionizing how we verify ESG data to eliminate fraud, errors, and greenwashing. And can you imagine a world where ESG data is updated in real time, where every dollar of climate finance can be traced, tracked, and there's nowhere to hide for companies making false claims? On the next slide, I thought I'll give you a few real-world innovations that are in practice operating right now. So on the next slide, you'll see that EFAD, the organization I worked for, developed a technology called Trace Blockchain. It tracked $100 million in agriculture funds in Kenya, and it showed the money reached real farmers and not middle people. The UN's refugee agency used USDC, or US digital currency, stablecoins, to deliver direct aid to Ukrainian and Venezuelan refugees to their digital wallets, and they could off-ramp into cash in neighboring countries. No bank delays, no corruption. The World Bank issued a bond issued entirely on a blockchain that cut costs and increased efficiency. So one big idea: imagine a world where every financial transaction is transparent, where no donation is lost in bureaucracy, where ESG data cannot be fabricated, and this is a world that you can help build. On the next slide, that's entitled The Roadmap to Global ESG Convergence. The question today is not if companies should report ESG data, but how they should do it. So right now we have multiple ESG reporting frameworks, but we seem to be converging towards IFRS. Emerging markets like Indonesia are at a critical point. How do we balance sustainability with economic growth could be a question. How do we ensure ESG reporting doesn't burden small businesses? And how do we build capacity for auditors and regulators? A final thought on this slide is your generation will solve these challenges. You will define the future of sustainability reporting. On this slide that you see now, we are at a defining moment in financial history. We are not just students. You are the future of the auditing profession, sustainability leaders, and finance change makers of Indonesia. The question is, will you settle for compliance or will you lead with purpose? ESG is not just about saving the planet. It's about creating stronger businesses, better investments, and a fairer world. So my call to action to you is each of you has the power to redefine corporate accountability. The future isn't something we predict, it's something we build. So I ask you, what role will you play in this transformation? So my final words would be the watchdogs of truth, be the innovators of transparency, be the champions of accountability. And thank you so much. And I look forward to working and building a sustainable future together with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Advet, for your incredible presentation.
Now, we will continue to the second keynote presentation by Mr. Henry Rialdi. Prof. Henry Rialdi is the head of the Surveillance and Integrated Financial Services Sector Policy Department at Otoritas Jasa Keuangan, where he leads the development and implementation of financial sector policies to ensure stability and regulation. With over 25 years of experience, he has held various senior roles, including Director of Financial System Stability and Senior Executive Analyst at OJK, and has previously worked at Bank Indonesia in key positions related to banking, supervision, research, and regulation.
Without further ado, please give a round of applause for Prof. Henry.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A warm welcome to all present today. First, I would like to thank Studio Professionalism Accounting, FEB UI, for organizing the 24th Auditors Transformation Venture, or ATV Seminar today, for kindly inviting OJK to share our journey on developing sustainable finance in Indonesia. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, climate change is no longer a distant threat. It is a reality that affects us all. It puts Indonesia's economy and rich biodiversity at risk. Rising sea levels threaten coastal communities, while extreme weather disrupts agriculture, infrastructure, and public services. Recent shifts in climate geopolitics also challenge our commitment to the Paris Agreement. But with great challenges come great opportunities for leadership, innovation, and transformation. The financial sector plays a crucial role in driving sustainable finance. By directing capital towards responsible projects, financial institutions and publicly listed companies can either accelerate or mitigate climate risks. Sustainable finance is no longer just about regulations or reputation. It is essential to securing Indonesia's economic future. As international investors increasingly prioritize environmental, social, and governance standards, Indonesian companies must keep pace and demonstrate their alignment with global sustainability trends. Sustainable finance will not be an option. It will be a necessity for success in the global market. To all the future accountants, auditors, investors, and policymakers in this room, your role has never been more important. You are the future stewards of financial integrity, and as ESG principles reshape our world, so must our approach to finance. The rise of green jobs is creating new opportunities for professionals like you to lead in sustainability, driving innovation, and positive change. Today, I invite you to embrace the transformation, to lead with purpose, and to make sustainability a cornerstone of your profession. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, let me start by explaining our sustainable finance initiative. OJK is fully committed to advancing the government strategy for sustainable development and climate actions. As a regulator, OJK actively promotes sustainable finance through a range of policies and initiatives. Sustainable Finance Roadmap Phase 1, which is one of the initiatives, which accelerates the integration of ESG principle into Indonesia's financial sector. This phase focuses on developing a green and sustainable taxonomy, embedding ESG into risk management, and fostering innovative, sustainable financial products. It also strengthens regulation and enhances stakeholder engagement through a national communication strategy. In 2017, OJK issued OJK Regulation Number 51 of 2017 concerning the implementation of sustainable finance for financial institutions, issuers, and public companies. This regulation requires financial institutions, issuers, and public companies to adopt sustainable finance principles. They must submit an annual sustainable finance action plan and publish a sustainability report to demonstrate their commitments. OJK also issued OJK Regulation Number 18 of 2023 concerning issuance and requirements for debt securities and sukuk based on sustainability, which expands the sustainable financial instruments to include green, social, and sustainable bonds or sukuk, sukuk wakaf, sustainable linked bond, and other sustainability-related bonds or sukuk. OJK Regulation 17 of 2023 on commercial banks governance, which integrates climate risk into banks governance framework. Banks must now identify and manage environmental and climate-related risks as part of their broader risk management strategies. OJK has also issued Regulation Number 14 of 2023 on carbon trading, supporting the government's commitment to reducing greenhouse gas emissions. This regulation, in line with the P2SK law, led to the launch of IDX Carbon in 2023, marking a milestone in Indonesia's carbon trading ecosystem. In 2024, OJK refined the green taxonomy into the Indonesia Taxonomy for Sustainable Finance. Initially focused on the energy sector, TKBI, or the Indonesian Taxonomy, took a major step forward in February 2025 with the release of version 2, expanding its scope to include 3 key national determined contribution sectors, which are construction and real estate, transportation and storage, and activities in agriculture, forestry, and other land uses or AFOU. TKBI is a living document that will be continuously refined to cover all NDC-related sectors, aligning with the development of the ASEAN Taxonomy for Sustainable Finance. What is the role of TKBI, you ask? It provides clear guidelines for classifying economic activities that support Indonesia's Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. By integrating environmental, economic, and social considerations, TKBI helps direct capital towards sustainable financing, a crucial step towards achieving Indonesia's net zero emission targets. TKBI's environmental objective and essential criteria, especially its social aspect, help ensure that Indonesia's transition to a greener economy is fair, inclusive, and just. It reflects our nation's ability to adapt, work together, and grow, while keeping both economic progress and social responsibility in balance. Ladies and gentlemen, transparency is a growingly important aspect in sustainability. As sustainability gains momentum, so does the need to prevent greenwashing, social washing, and impact washing. That is why strong sustainability reporting and disclosures are essential. Global regulations are evolving, especially with the ISSB release of IFRS S1 and S2, which set new standards for climate-related disclosures. These requires companies to report on how climate risks and opportunities affect their strategy and decision-making, including transition plans. As of June 2024, over 20 jurisdictions have adopted these standards, with more on the way. Some jurisdictions have made fine-tuning adjustments to better align with local conditions, including adapting the scope of emissions and incorporating industry-wide specific guidance. Future accountants won't just handle financial statements, they will potentially prepare, analyze, verify, and report sustainability-related financial information. This means playing a critical role in helping organizations navigate climate risks, implement sustainability strategies, and uphold transparency in financial disclosure. Indonesia is also strengthening its sustainability reporting framework. The P2 SK Law, or Law Number 4 of 2023, mandates that financial sector business actors, issuers, and public companies submit sustainability reports as part of their accountability. This expands climate disclosure requirements beyond financial institutions to include market infrastructure providers, payment system businesses, and financial sector supporting institutions, both conventional and Sharia-based. OJK is actively driving progress in sustainability reporting. Sustainability reporting was first regulated under POJK number 51 of 2017, but updates are on the way. OJK is working closely with EIE to align Indonesia's financial sectors with the IFRS S1 and S2 standards, ensuring our reporting framework meets global best practices. In addition to the SK EIE's effort to adopt IFRS S1 and S2 standards in Indonesia, OJK has been proactive in developing bridging policies to support these transitions, including the TKBI mentioned before. TKBI, or Indonesia's Sustainable Taxonomy, will eventually serve as a key performance indicator for green and sustainable performance in entities' sustainability disclosures, in line with Pillar S2 IFRS metrics and targets. In the future, TKBI will be the embryo or the foundation for a government regulation on a national sustainability taxonomy. In March 2024, OJK launched the Climate Risk Management and Scenario Analysis, or CRMS, an integrated framework that covers governance, strategy, risk management, and disclosure. This will help banks assess how resilient their business models and strategies are in the face of climate change. Following this, OJK has launched a pilot project in sustainability disclosures, laying the groundwork for future reporting in line with IFRS S1 and S2 standards. These bridging policies are designed to prepare financial institutions to adopt the latest international standards and ensure they are ready for challenges ahead. Lastly, OJK is committed to supporting the establishment of the Sustainable Finance Committee as mandated by the Pre-2 SK law to strengthen and enhance the sustainable finance ecosystem in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward, the realization of Indonesia's net zero emission targets relies on the strength of our collective efforts. Achieving this ambitious goal will require seamless collaboration among all stakeholders. I invite each of you, regulators, government, businesses, and beyond, to continue building strong partnership, driving synergies, and seizing the new opportunities that sustainable finance offers. The unity between these sectors will be the cornerstone of realizing our shared vision for a sustainable future. Universities, in particular, play a pivotal role in this transition. By embedding sustainability into the curriculum, advancing research on ESG finance, and fostering collaboration between academia and industry, universities are shaping the future of sustainable finance. The knowledge you gain today through events like this one will directly influence how we practice sustainable finance tomorrow. Thank you, and I hope we have a fruitful discussion. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Prof. Henry, for your incredible presentation.
Now, we will continue to the third keynote presentation by Mr. Hiroshi Komori. Mr. Hiroshi Komori has been a full-time member of the International Sustainability Standards Board since September 2022. Previously, he was Senior Director and Head of Stewardship at Japan's Government Pension Investment Fund, where he led ESG investor engagement and global sustainability initiatives. Before GPIF, he worked at Sumitomo Mitsui Trust Bank, developing investor relations consulting, and at Saitama Bank. He holds a master's in international relations from the International University of Japan. Without further ado, please give a round of applause for Mr. Hiroshi.
Well, thank you very much for the kind introduction. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for having me here today at the 24th Auditors Transformation Venture of University of Indonesia. My name is Hiroshi Komori, a member of International Sustainability Standards Board, ISSB. I'm from the Asia-Oceania region and based at the IFAS Foundation's Asia-Oceania office in Tokyo. This is a great opportunity for the ISSB and myself to explain where we are and where we advance our journey with our stakeholders in Indonesia. So the next slide, please. Let's see where we are now. As you see, 35 jurisdictions around the world, including Indonesia, have either committed to adoption of IFRS S1 and S2 or started and completed public consultation with some building block approach on IFRS S1 and S2 since we launched two standards in June 2023. For example, in Japan, SSBJ, Sustainability Standards Board of Japan, just approved the final draft of a Japanese standard of S1 and S2. Also, we very much appreciate the leadership in Indonesia as well. Thank you for that. So I'm very pleased to see a great momentum in 14 jurisdictions of the region. Next slide, please. Let's look at the share in percentage of those 35 jurisdictions. In terms of global GDP, the cohort accounts for nearly 60% and over 40% of global market capitalization and almost 60% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Our mission, ISSB, given by Financial Stability Board, FSB, at the COP26 in 2021 in Glasgow, was to dismiss alphabet soup situation of today's voluntary disclosures by companies. We aim at making financial capital markets around the world efficient and effective. Investors, including financial institutions, can obtain comparable, trustful, and consistent disclosures made by companies for their investment decision-making. At the same time, companies can deliver useful and efficient disclosure to their investors and lenders using globally common mandatory baseline of IFRS S1 and S2. Can we go to the next slide, please? I'd like to explain what our stakeholders suggested ISSB do after our S1 and S2 under our work plan for 2 years between June 2024 and June 2026. Yeah, next one, please. So we are ISSB, we are transparent and trusted organization. So that's why we made a public consultation, what we need to do going forward between May and September 2023. We received 433 responses from broad stakeholders, including investors and companies around the world. We, the ISSB board members, discussed the feedback for 6 months to complete our next work plan. Next one, please. So the triangle on the right-hand side shows priorities. The top one is obviously that we need to keep implementation to support the adoption of IFRS S1 and S2 at each jurisdiction, maybe hopefully including Indonesia going forward. The second priorities in the second layers are conducting research projects of human capital and biodiversity ecosystem, and biodiversity services, which we call these internally. And also, SASB enhancement could be a secondary prioritized important project. And without priorities, please look at the bottom line. There are 3 items. One is interoperability with other standard-setting initiatives, particularly double materiality institutions like GRI and EU's ESRS. And also connectivity with IASB, our sister board, under the umbrella of IFRS Foundation. And the third one is a stakeholder engagement, including, say, regulators and stock exchanges, standard setters around the world. So I think that today's attendees may be interested in a connectivity discussion, say, between our sister board ISSB and ISSB. we started connectivity discussion originally from January 2024 in London, when IASB and ISSB board members for the first time gathered in our headquarters in London. But we didn't decide anything at all because that is the very beginning of a discussion inside IFAS Foundation. Then, just last week, ISSB gathered in Montreal and ISB members gathered in London and connected virtually between two boards to follow the further connectivity discussions using IASB's public consultation on climate-related matters and other uncertain sustainability topics, which was publicized which was put on public consultation in July last year. So we discussed many feedbacks on this public consultation, but we didn't decide anything. So I am not a professional accountant at all, with just a background of investors side, having worked for GPIF before I joined ISSB. I made a comment from that investor's background. What I said at the public meeting virtually was that I think we need to focus on management commentary and S1, and also integrated reporting framework, which may be bridging between the IASB and ISSB. In other words, financial accounting standards and sustainability-related financial disclosure standards going forward. So we keep connectivity discussions internally and externally going forward. So please look at our public meeting last week on our website, please. So we appreciate your comment and your opinions about our connectivity discussions going forward. Next slide, please. So in order to do implementation to support the S1 and S2 around the world, we are now focusing 5 main activities. The first one is educational materials for, preparers, companies in the world, including SMEs, small and mid-sized entities. And the second one is that we set up our advisory organization, which is called the Transition Implementation Group, TIG. And January board meeting, ISSB in Frankfurt, we made amendment discussion to S2 based on TIG's suggestions, including financial emissions of financial institutions, and also JWG discussions. So we will keep tracking on this discussion, and then hopefully make public consultation on the amendment to the S2 later this year. We also keep tracking the capacity building program, or working together with emerging jurisdictions around the world, including some countries in this region. And also, finally, we keep and then implementing the digital taxonomy in the last line. Next one, please. Then we move to SASB standards. Unfortunately, SASB standards itself has not yet been used much in the Asia-Oceania region, including Japan, Korea, China, say Indonesia, and also Singapore and Australia as well. Because SASB was originally made by US, say, asset managers and asset owners in the beginning. That's why it is a little bit country-specific biased, say, standards originally. So therefore, we decided to revise SASB standards to make it internationally acceptable standards as a base of S1 and S2, which was a project finished by the end of December 2023. So therefore, the current today's SASB standards very much international and easy to access for every say companies around the world. And the next slide shows you our plan going forward with SASB standards. So left-hand side, as I said, we completed the enhancement of international applicability of the SASB standards in 2023. And then moving to the right-hand side, we are now in the process of a SASB further enhancement project right now, which is together with human capital and bees, say, research project as well. So we decided the third point that we decided the initial set of 9 to 12 SASB standards, which means, for example, oil industry, natural gas industry, mining industry, and also beverage and the food industries. Everything, I think that, oops. So we are now in the process of a SASB enhancement like that. So every the topics, as I said, seems to be a very important topics for Indonesia and Japan as well. Then going to next topics, including human capital and the bees. So we are now also under the process of a research project, left-hand side, bees, biodiversity, ecosystem, and ecosystem services. So we are now looking at several subtopics like water, land use and land use change, pollution, resource exploitation, and the invasive non-native species. And also to the right-hand side, we are now discussing the human capital research project, which deals with worker well-being and the diversity and the inclusions and workforce investment, the alternative workforce, labor conditions in the value chain, such and such. Right now, we are still in a nascent stage of research project, but we have been working very hard, engagement with companies and investors, regulators, standard setters, NGO, NPOs worldwide. So, I think that compared, this is my personal feeling very much, but compared with the climate change issue S2, those two topics are very much various point of view from where you are looking at these topics and where you are in the, say, value chain or supply chain worldwide. So I'm afraid it takes a little bit more than we expected originally to say, to make up the next two B's and the human capital standards going forward. But we will let you know when we are ready for, say, next, for the public consultations going forward with our exposure drafts. Next page, please. And in our public consultation 2 years ago, we posted those two new topics including human rights and integrated reporting. And I believe that the human rights is a very much important topic in the supply chain, particularly in this region. But our stakeholders didn't give much priority to this human rights issue. However, we decided to include human rights issue when it might be materially important for the corporate financial information in the supply chain, when it arises, when any, say, problems or damages to the company's financial information through their businesses in the supply chain. And the integration reporting could be another less prioritized topic from our stakeholders. So officially, we don't do with this integration reporting in our work plan, but internally, we keep discussion on this. And the next page, please. So those 5 institutions, CDP, GHG Protocol, GRI, Transition Plan Task Force, TPT, and the TNFD, Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures, are quite important strategic partners for ISSB, such as CDP decided to use S1 as a base standard on their survey to the companies on climate issue from last year. And the GHG protocol, we decided to require companies to disclose scope 1, 2, 3 using GHG protocol. And we are now expecting the revision of the GHG protocol going forward. So I hope that metrics of scope 3 calculation could be, say, brushed up in the future. And the GRI, we are now discussing with GRI how we cooperate, co-work together in a discussion of human capital, and particularly a BEES discussion from the beginning, to increase and secure more interoperability elements, standards between, say, financial materiality standards, ISSB's S1 and S2, and also impact materiality standards of GRI going forward for the benefit of companies and investors at the same time in a capital market. And the TPT, we are now trying to look for how to use TPT's know-how on transition plan initiatives, as a transition plan initiatives. So maybe, probably next week, I think that we will post the discussion on this topic, how we make educational materials using TPT's know-how on transition plan for companies around the world on our website. So I hope that that would be a beginning of our discussion with our stakeholders worldwide for our educational materials on transition plan worldwide by the end of June this year. Finally, TNFD. So we are now, as GRI, we are now working very closely together with TNFD, how we work together to make the BEES standard in future, also to increase the interoperability between ISSB standards and TNFD's standards on the BEES project as well. So with these strategic partners, we continue our journey for better information, for better decisions for both investors and companies in the capital market worldwide. So I stop here and very much appreciate today's great opportunity hosted by University of Indonesia And thank you very much once again. And please keep in touch each other or on the same journey. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Mr. Hiroshi, for your incredible presentation.
Now, we proceed to the talk show session, moderated by Ms. Evelyn Mulyani. Ms. Evelyn Mulyani is an educational content creator and finance professional specializing in audit, investor relation, and financial analyst. As Assistant Manager of Investor Relation at Unilever Indonesia, she engaged with investor, analyzed financial performance, and enhanced corporate transparency.
Previously, she worked at PwC Indonesia in assurance and at KPMG Indonesia in transfer pricing. She holds degrees in accounting from Oxford Brookes University and Petra Christian University and is a certified management accountant Australia.
Without further ado, let's welcome our moderator, Ms. Evelyn Mulyani.
Thank you, MC, for the warm welcome. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the 24th International ATV Seminar. It's truly an honor to have all of you here today, whether in person or joining us virtually. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizing committee for this incredible opportunity to moderate such an important discussion. It's a truly privilege to be among experts and professionals dedicated to ensuring that the financial institutions and auditors play a crucial role in achieving global climate targets. We will now start our discussion. Our first session will explore the vital role of auditors in ensuring the integrity and accuracy of sustainability reports. We will dive into current challenges, future goals in promoting sustainable practices and navigating evolving regulation. To start, we are honored to welcome our first speaker, Mr. Angga Puja Prayongga. Before we begin the session, please allow me to introduce our first speaker. Mr. Angga is a member of Sustainability Working Team at the Indonesian Institute of Chartered Accountants, or EII, for the period of 2024 until 2027. He plays a key role in developing sustainability standards in Indonesia through research, technical support, and stakeholder coordination. Mr. Angga is also an audit and assurance director at one of the big 4 CPA firms in Indonesia, where he leads the ESG assurance practice. With the 17 years of experience across audit, assurance, and ESG-related services, he has worked with industry ranging from banking, e-commerce, to energy and technology. He also holds sustainability certifications from Cambridge University and New York University. Without further ado, please welcome Pak Puja to the stage. Good afternoon, Pak Puja. How are you today?
Yes, good afternoon, I'm good.
It's such an honor to have you today for this session. And now let's begin the session with your presentation. The time is yours, Pak Puja.
Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you very much for the University of Indonesia who invited me to be here. So I think I would like to say that this is kind of a sharing sessions with you because we only have like a couple of 20 minutes, right? So can anyone share my presentations material in the screen, please? Can I just stand up? Okay, I think it will be easier for me if I do a presentation like this, yeah. So because I also can see you here. So basically, like Evelyn just explained earlier, that I have roles in the Institute of the Accountant Indonesia as a sustainability working team. So in my capacity here, I will represent the EIE here, yeah, to be here. But of course, the topic now will be, a transitions from what we should understand about the ESG reporting at first, and then what is the journey for the company to be next that will be subject to be audited by the assurers. Okay, next slide, please. So everyone here, this is just a disclaimer to mention that this presentation is actually not a view of the AII here. So this is only a general and overview, yeah, that we would like to discuss today here about the topic of the IFRS S1, S2, which Indonesia, we already have the draft exposure of the PSPK 1 and PSPK 2. So we would like to remind you that you need to read the standard itself, yeah, while you are reading this presentation material. So please make sure that this presentation is not a position of the EAA regarding the standard that we relevant today. Okay, next. So this is a brief of the regulations in Indonesia, yeah, which I think it will be good for us here to understand what is the ground, why the standard for the ESG is important at this moment, right? So in the slide you can see this is the summary from the law number 16 year 2016 until the POJK 51 2017 and also the OJK circulator letter number 16 year 2021. So basically this is a part of the sustainable finance roadmap of the OJK in the phase 1. But from here I think I would like to emphasize the importance that to be a trigger for the company to report a sustainability report at this moment is basically referred to the OJK regulation number 51 year 2017. And the form of the report itself, I mean, you can refer to the SEOJK number 16 year 2021. Yeah, so forth, we have a lot of regulation here now, like the carbon trading, and then we also have the Indonesia taxonomy for sustainable finance, yeah. And we also have the President regulations in 2022 about the development of the power plants from renewable energy sources. So there's a lot of commitment in Indonesia about the sustainability. Next. Yeah, this is the one that I just explained. I think next slide, please. Next. Yeah, but when we are talking about sustainability and ESG, I think we should understand the basic of that terms, right? Yeah, because some of people using the sustainability, some of people also using the ESG. So what are the difference? Sustainability is defined as the meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generations to meet their own needs. Yeah, so what we do today, we should consider whether this will impact to the young generations in the future. So that's the sustainability. But for the ESG itself, it refers to the environmental, social, governance, characteristic, and the impact of a company or business. So I usually use to explain like this is a metric. This is a metric, yeah, to see the company performance, yeah, on their sustainability activities. So collectively, the ESG issue provide a holistic view on the company's attitude and action on sustainability. Yeah, so because this sustainability now need to be measured, reported, and also assured. Yeah, so now the organization, yeah, in this case is the company in Indonesia, need to prepare the sustainability reporting, which is under the POJK 51, the one that I just explained earlier. Okay, next. So why this now is matters? Yeah, because probably, you know, from the point of view of the investor, when I have money and I will put the money to the business, at the first place, I want this money back to me, right? I want to have the return on investment. But now this paradigm has changed, yeah. So now the investor is also would like to have an access, and would like to have an access. What are the sustainability activity, yeah, how they manage the sustainability risks and opportunities, yeah. Whether they have the governance process, whether they have the strategy, do they have the risk management, and whether they have specific metrics and target to achieve it. So now done in 2023 here. Yeah, so we do to the G2050 companies and also to N100 companies around the world, yeah, including Asia Pacific as well. So we can see here that from the G250 companies, about 96%, they confirm that they already report the sustainability or the ESG information in their financials, either financial statement, including with the annual report or in the separate as a sustainability report or else. And then the 64% of the G250 company acknowledge that the climate change is a risk to their business. So this is important. Yeah, why? I mean, from all the topics like climate change, human capital, biodiversity, but why this is becoming a more concern on them, right? So this is also will be a basic why the IFRS standard now is start with the climate first. And then I start with this framework. You also probably, attend the presentation from the SSB just now, that there are common sustainability framework at that moment, which is GRI, TCFD, and also SDG. Yeah. While we also have the others like SASB, right, SUSBA, and etc. But this is the three common sustainability reporting framework that based on the survey they use. And the good news here that the TCFD adoption is nearly double in 2 years. So from 37 to 61%. Why I said this is a good news? Because the new standard, the SSB standard, is actually using the 4 pillars from the TCFD, right? Okay, and then and so on, so on, so on. But we would like to highlight here that 71% of the N100 companies also already identify the materials ESG topic. So meaning that not only from the global company, but from the national perspective also they already have a voluntary reporting on the sustainability information. Next. And this is also the survey done by KPMG for the CEO Outlook. Yeah, so this is asking for a CEO around the world to understand what do you think about ESG report. Do you think this is a benefit or not? So the results say that 70% agree that the ESG programs have improved their financial performance. Yeah, this survey is not the first time, so this increased from the previous survey, which only 38%. They said that the key benefits here are, the first is reduce the cost of capital, improve resilience of the asset, and enhance employee and customer retention. Yeah, according to them, they said that with the good ESG reporting, it will, one, create business value and competitive edge. Yeah, and then the second one, allow business to make a better strategy, better operational decision, and then provide a culture of the transparency and also increase the trust of the stakeholder and the customer. And the last is provide a meaningful and attractive business for current, even for future employees. Okay, next. Next. Yeah, this is to give you some fact that in current practice, the sustainability reporting now is still have a gap with what now we already have the SSB standard. Because why? Because there is a gap from the investor needs. Yeah, investor needs only an information related with the sustainability risks and opportunities. But the current ESG reporting, yeah, if you aware about that, the POJK 51, we're referring to the GRI, right? But GRI is actually see from what company can do to the outside of the company. So we usually call it like inside out. But now what investor would like to know, if from the external environment of the company, will this impact to the company's performance? Will this impact to the company's prospect in the future? For example, the climate change. If there is the climate change happen in Indonesia, for sure, if I have, for example, a company, I need to produce something, but my facility or my factory is actually, in the area where the floods happen, yeah. So meaning I will not able to do the productions, right? Because it will delay my production activity anyways, right? So this will impact, of course, to my assets. My asset will, right? If my asset will idles, meaning that it's subject to the impairment testing at the end of the year, right? So I need to record additional expense, additional loss on this. Meaning that when the production is not run based on the management intention, meaning that I will not get revenue on time, right? So it also will delay my revenue and also will delay my, will decrease my profit. Next. Yeah. This is to show you the evolving of the ESG reporting standard. Yeah, I think it was mentioned. We have GRI, IRC, SASB, TCFD, and SDG. Yeah, so just a refresher. Next slide, please. And another survey conducted by IFAC, AECBA, and CIMA study. So now this is the bridge when we start to talking about the assurance. Yeah. So based on the survey, yeah, from all company, 98%, they already report the sustainability report informations. And this is increased from 91% in the first survey they conduct in 2019. And then we show the facts that accountancy firm here, yeah, it's already handled 58% of the assurance engagement. Yeah, meaning that the accountancy firm is actually already done the assurance. In fact, there is no regulation that mentions whether the accountancy firm is the one who can conduct assurance or other consultancy, because they also can do it, right? So because we have several assurance standards in the world, yeah, we have the the ISA 3000, we have the ISA 3410, and then we have AA 1000. We also have ISO something. So it means that not only the accountancy firm, not only the auditors who can do the assurance, but they also can do, right? Next. Yeah. Next, I think this is the, I explained earlier, so we can skip this. Next. Yeah, I think the IFRS S1 is earlier explained by the ISSB representative, right? I don't need to explain about this, right? Yeah, I think we can just skip this slide until you find the assurance, please. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Okay, stop here. Thank you. So how about Indonesia? Earlier we heard from the ISSB standard, right? We have IFRS S1 and S2. How about Indonesia? So Indonesia now here, a shortcut, I think I explained here. We already have the draft exposures sustainability standard, yeah, which now is still in the public commentary stage. So you can give your comment actually until 31st March. So later in the second quarter or 2025, then this standard will be effective. This standard will be effective in 1st January 2027. Next. Yeah, so this is the access. You can access from this barcode, or you can go to the IAE website. Yeah, open for comment. Feel free if you want to have a comment on our draft exposures, please. Next. Next, I think this is some tips from the company, yeah, if they would like to implement this new standard. Of course, the first one they need to do is actually do a gap analysis, because they need to understand the new standard and then compare with their current practice at this moment and see whether they have the structuring, committee or division within the organization, whether they have the process of control for establishment of the data collecting, for example. And of course, they also have to have the new mindset about the sustainability communications to the stakeholder, because it's really important. If the company culture is not supported about the mindset of the sustainability, it will be difficult to implement this new standard. Right. Next. Sustainability assurance. Next. Yeah. So everybody, this is actually the standard in international that when the accountancy firm like auditors can do the audit. Yeah, we can use this standard, the ISA 3000 and also ISA 3410. The ISA 3000 is also adopted in Indonesia. We have SPA 3000. Yeah. For ISA 3410, we also have in Indonesia, we have SPA 3410 as well. Right. Next. Next. Yeah, and this is the international assurance standard that recently published to respond to the ISSB standard. Yeah, because the IFRS S1, S2 just launched 2 years back, right? So now international assurance standard is already there. So this is will be effective actually in this year. Yeah, it's ready for the auditors, for the assurer, if they would like to do the assurance. Yeah, if their client, if the company using the IFRS S1, we can use this audit assurance standard. But the question is, how about in Indonesia? In Indonesia, we have not adopted this. Yeah, so probably there will be a time for Indonesia to adopt this standard. Yeah, it could be probably 2 or 3 years from now. So at that moment, when the draft exposure of PSPK 1.2 is effective, so we expect that the assurance standard for Indonesia is also effective. So meaning that when the company implement the PSPK 1, PSPK 2, when they need to ask the auditors, the assurers to do the audit. So we as an auditors can do the assurance using this standard in Indonesia as well. All right, next. Yeah, so I think this is, I would like to highlight in my last slide. So for the sustainability reporting and assurance is actually a journey. So you cannot do it instantly, right? Right, it's not something that you understand now and then you apply it. But I would like also to emphasize that the sustainability reporting is actually in addition of the corporate reporting. Because you are now from the accountancy subject, right? You must have familiar with the financial statement. Financial statement is actually part of the corporate reporting, right? But now there is another standard, the new standard, which is the sustainability disclosure standard, which complement of the financial statement. So these two reports will be becoming a general purpose of the financial report. So that's the new term. So this will be complement each other, yeah, and or you can also say this is will be a supplement for the financial statement. But please take a note that the information that you disclose in the sustainability report is also need to be connected to your financial statement. So that's why now a lot of topic discuss about the how to report the climate in the financial reporting, in the financial statement, and etc. Yeah, so I would say that this is a journey when the company has implemented a good corporate governance and then good risk management strategy on the implementing of the sustainability reporting standard. Then there will be a process to get the assurance from the assurer. I think that's all my presentations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Puja, for the valuable insights. Yeah, I think Pak Puja has explained, very well explained about the ESG reporting, the importance and also the benefit, and also the sustainability assurance and the progress on the adoption of the international standards such as IFRS 1, 2 to the Indonesia. Now we will move on to the next session. For our second session, we will focus on Indonesia's Sustainable Finance Roadmap Phase 2, a critical initiative that aligns the financial sector with the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. Financial institutions play a crucial role in ensuring that investment support environmentally and socially responsible initiatives. To discuss in greater detail, we are privileged to have Bu Francisca Oi, Director of Compliance, Corporate Affairs and Legal and Corporate Secretary at PT Bank CIMB Niaga Tbk. With extensive experience in the banking sector, she leads the company's effort in good corporate governance, sustainability or ESG, and corporate social responsibility or CSR. Before we begin the session, please allow me to introduce our second speaker. Bu Francisca holds a Master of Law from Trisakti University and has previously held senior leadership roles at Bank Danamon, Bank International Indonesia, and Citibank NA. She also served as a commissioner at Bank Mandiri and was a founding partner at LBAF law firm. She actively involved in industry associations. She has led key committees including the FKDKP and Perbanas Legal and ESG Committee, and is a member of various governance and dispute resolution bodies. Without further ado, please welcome Bu Francisca to the stage. How are you today, Bu Francisca?
Very well, thank you.
Yeah, it's such an honor to have you here today. We will now start our session. I'm handing over the stage to you, Bu Francisca.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me here. It's an honor for me to be here among all the students. I see all very young people here. So thank you very much. It's very interesting to see you young people to really interested to understand about ESG and so on. Tell you the truth, when you're actually talking about one of the benefits of having this ESG in a company, when I interview for newcomer or actually for training in CIMB Niaga, when I interview them, why you apply in CIMB Niaga? most of them, they answer that, because I'm interested with the program of ESG and CIMB Niaga. So that's really shown that what is actually what we're doing in the ESG is, well, yes, maybe it's something new and people maybe think that it's too complicated or probably also costly and so on. But definitely there is also a benefit for us when we do this. One is the reputation, trust from our investors to us. And also one is very important actually is that, by having this, we also can manage our emerging risk because, transition, is that changing of the climate risk. Climate is also a new emerging, actually, it's a new risk when the banks see it. Yeah, but for example, before banks only evaluate or analyze our customer based on their credit risk, yeah, from the credit point of view. But definitely, climate change is also definitely a risk that we also have to analyze. Yeah, for example, if our customer in the, have the factory in the slope or something, then, there is banjir, then, of course, there is a risk for us. So this is something, a risk that, we started doing the analysis. That's why, ESG is very important for us in CIMB Niaga. Before I start, let me just introduce who is CIMB Niaga. I don't know whether you all actually, understand who actually we are, CIMB Niaga. CIMB Niaga is, maybe this next page. CIMB Niaga is second largest bank swasta in Indonesia. Yeah, we have, next page, maybe. Yeah, next. We actually have, we have branches in 102 cities with 407 branches, with actually 38 digital banking and also 33 Sharia branches. And our asset is about 360 trillion, with the employee about 12,000 of employee, and we have 3.4. We have 8.5 million customers. So then, what I'm going to share here is not, I'm not saying that we are what is correct or not correct. I'm sure that each company have their own journey because then, each company have a different structure, different target and so on and so on. But here I'm going to share what is actually CIMB done in the sustainability itself. Next. I don't want next. Yeah. So this one is actually the background. I'm sure that previous speakers talking already about this SDG that, it started in 2015, that there is a summit committee meeting from the United Nations, and about 193 countries agree or sign off on this SDG. We Indonesia ratified them in the presidential decree 59 2017, and then follow with another committee meetings, which is in Paris this same year. That about 169 countries sign off and agree with this, how to actually limit or make sure that that this world or this bumi, Earth, will not actually increase the heat more than 1.5 degree. Indonesia is part of this signature of part of this Paris Agreement. So therefore, that we rectify this Paris Agreement through law number 16, 2016. There are various of regulation, being issued, and I think Pak Angga just mentioned, so I don't have to mention it again. Next is that this is how OJK have this like a framework or ecosystem. I think the previous OJK maybe also talk about this. There are 8 ecosystem. They actually from the road 1, they have actually now roadmap 2. They are basic on this 8 ecosystem. As a result of this, that financial institution and I'm sure also public companies and so on, they start to make changes. This actually Pak Angga mentioned correctly about sustainability is not something that we can do it only day one. we need to really do it step by step. First, actually, to change the paradigm, yeah, because we probably as a banks, for example, we before is only just talking about the profit, but now with this one, we change the paradigm, we change the way how we actually get a profit. So the next page that, next page, maybe next again. So including CIMB Niaga, yeah. We have a new paradigm that we believe that when we actually have a profit, should be responsible, that we still have to be responsible for the planet and also for the people. So then, we change this paradigm, we change the way we do our business. To support this, we start with 2018, as a response to the OJK regulation 2017, we have this we have 5 pillars. Actually, we start with establishing a unit in CIMB Niaga because we believe, because this is something new, it will be very difficult if we start without appointing a unit, or actually it's a unit, to really focus on this sustainability. So next, this unit from year to year, again, because it's a journey, we actually have increased the number of the people in in this unit. We have 8 people who are actually doing this sustainability, plus 2 people from the risk management that doing the climate risk assessment. So in these 5 pillars, I'm going to talk about each pillar, this in detail, that really a lot of things that we done in CIMB Niaga. For example, the sustainable action is that more what we do internally, yeah. We do actually change some policies and so on and so on. We are going to talk about it later on. Sustainable business is that how we do profit, but in a responsible way, yeah. And the governance and risk is that we do have a structure, organizations to really manage this sustainable, and in CIMB Niaga, including put the risk. What actually we put, like a target. And also we establish like how much that risk still be acceptable for CIMB Niaga, because we are in the business of cannot be zero risk. No business can be without with no risk. There is a risk, but we have to measure this risk. What kind of risk that how much that actually the risk is acceptable to us. So it's very important for us to have a target and actually also to really monitor all of this risk. And then number 4 pillars is a stakeholders engagement advisory. Again, we believe this is something new, and sustainable cannot be done by only the bank or only can by regulators. It's impossible. Everybody will have to be together, collaboration to work on this, yeah, including adik-adik di sini nih, ya. You have to also start about, care about sustainability, this one. So that's why this pillar 4 for CIMB Niaga, we do awareness, training to our customers, to our vendors, even to our employees, yeah. Because this is something new, then we really have to ask the collaboration of everybody that, as our stakeholders. CSR, the last pillar, and sustainability, actually CSR is part of that. We can see that actually from the POJK 51, yeah, they mentioned about, that fund or some of actually fund of the CSR will have to also support about sustainability as well. So CSR is also part of our sustainability journey in CIMB Niaga. Next. Now, this is maybe something compared to other companies, not necessarily they have. We have this commitment that, this is not easy commitment. For example, first commitment is the climate change, that we already have a target. We must have a net zero emission for scope 1 and 2. Meaning what? For example, CIMB Niaga, of course we need electricity. Nggak mungkin ya kita kerja pakai lampu gelap. So we also have electricity. Meaning what? During our activities, operational, we also produce emission. And then, I come here, for example, I'm not walking. So actually I go with my car. That's a gasoline. It means what? I actually produce emission on the way from my office come here. So during this all the operation of CIMB Niaga or all companies, they must actually produce emission. However, we have a target by 2030. This emission that produced based on our operation have to be zero. Gimana caranya supaya zero? Bukannya actually without light or you have to walk from here to there. I will share with you how actually we do actions to make sure or actually that we will meet the target net zero by 2030. And then we have that net zero scope 1, scope 2 and scope 3. This is actually on top of the operational that I mentioned earlier is about our customer emission, scope 3. CIMB Niaga and all the banks have customers that we fund, kasih loan, we have fund to our customers. Our customers, when we give them loan, I'm sure they actually produce emission. So we also have to calculate the emission of our customers who actually funded by us. Then this is actually quite challenging. I think, but we do actually be able to do this. So we actually, we have to be net zero, scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, meaning that, from our emission, from the operational, directly or indirectly, and also the customer emission that we have to be net zero by 2050. The second part, responsible banking, this is another one. We have to phase out our existing thermal coal mining customers by 2040. Then, this is, kalau, you all actually read newspaper and so on and so on. Actually, coal is one still very important for Indonesia economy. However, as a responsible bank, we know that coal is industry that really produce one of the largest emission. So we make a tough decision that we have to phase them out by 2040. Of course, for this, you cannot just, by 2040 out. We must have an action plan. How to phase them out? First, we cannot accept a new customer in that industry. This one actually is a very tough decision because if you ask, ini impact profitnya CIMB Niaga, because actually CIMB Niaga can have this customer as our customer, we will actually get a profit from there. But again, we CIMB Niaga commit to have a profit only, with the responsible principle, meaning that if we have to forego that profit coming from coal, then we will forego. So this is a sample that how actually get a profit with responsible principle. And then that of course we must have a journey. We call it that interim target. I will talk about it later on. The one that number 3, we not only just talking about negative. We also have a target that we must achieve, that we must give tadi kalau misalnya coal, we actually have to phase out the coal mining. However, we also have to put more loan for the renewable energy, for a new product or customers who actually have more green product. So we also have a target. We must add or we must actually grow our loan that more green loan, compared to that the previous products and so on that I previewed earlier. The last one is that CSR. Again, CSR is part of our sustainability journey. We have a KPI really seriously being measured that each individual of CIMB Niaga must have at least 4 hours doing CSR. Really actually we look, and this 4-hour CSR is on top of the CIMB Niaga CSR. So meaning that CIMB Niaga has a CSR program, but I personally will have to do also 4 hours in addition to what is CIMB Niaga do. So it's private individual. Okay, next. This is actually that, you know, how we do the approach on the CIMB Niaga Sustainability Finance basically is that, you know, how actually to mitigate the sustainability risk. Again, I mentioned earlier that there is a risk on the sustainability. We see that there is 4 risks, which is environment risk, about climate risk, about economic risk, and social risk. How we actually cater this? Then we actually have 3 basically like item thing that action that we have to do. First, the governance. I mentioned earlier about the structure. In CIMB Niaga, each BOD, Board of Directors, each commissioners have a KPI or target. Jadi kita BOD, BOC, all the staff in CIMB Niaga every year to being evaluated whether you perform well or not, gitu ya. And actually, if you are not perform, probably you will not get salary increase, you will not get bonus, yeah, and so on. Of course, if you perform, then you may actually get a salary increase and also bonus. So this is very important. We actually, each of us, we have his target or KPI. And one of the KPI is related to sustainability. I don't think that many companies that have a KPI on the sustainability, but CIMB Niaga has it. Policies and procedures, of course, we have policies and procedures to change, because this is something new. And then, establishment of sustainability organization. I mentioned earlier that we have a unit that specifically really concentrate or talking about or actually have a responsibility to make sure the sustainability really implemented well in CIMB Niaga. The second one is sustainability due diligence. I will talk a little bit later on this, that we do due diligence to all our customers, especially that customer commercial and customer corporate. We do assessment, we do actually analyze before they become our customers. And every year we actually repeat this due diligence to these customers. And then, ESDD, if this customer fail the due diligence, they will have to go through enhanced due diligence. We have a high sector risk sector list. We identify certain sectors that probably actually have a very big impact due to the climate risk changes. Yeah. Then we have 10 sectors, subsectors, about 175 subsectors considered as really a high sustainability risk sector. We have a sector guidance, yeah. So this 1 or 10 sustainability risk sector. About 7 of them we have a sector guidance. This sector guidance actually is help us to see for this high sector, they must have something, minimum. For example, kalau dia adalah a company palm oil, they must have a certification, yeah, either ISPO, Indonesia Sustainability Risk, sustainability is that certification, or RSPO. So then, we have this sector guidance, and also we have a prohibition there. For example, a palm oil company, they are not allowed to plant their tanamannya is on the, actually if they, for example, burn the hutan gitu ya, or actually they put, or they actually grow this on the gambut, ya, perusahaan gambut, atau apa sih kok gambut in Indonesia? Ini gambut is Indonesia. So then not allowed. For those customer we actually cannot accept. Yeah. So then sector guidance have actually guidelines that we are not, it's a prohibited minimum that they must comply, and the best actually we hope or we wish they're going to have it. Yeah. Climate risk stress test is something new. This is OJK require banks to start to have the risk assessment on the climate change. So then we do, this is something new. Then we start doing it since last year, and this year we already start. Sorry, actually this is where 2025. So last year and also 2024, 2023, we started to have this climate risk stress test that we submitted to OJK. Capacity building, of course, capacity building is very important. If I ask our staff at CIMB Niaga 2 years ago, what is sustainability, they will not be able to answer me. However, because we have this mandatory training to our staff, each of CIMB Niaga staff, if you ask about sustainability, they can answer what is sustainability and where actually what the target and so on, because we do training to them. And also we train our customers, we train our vendors, and so on and so on. So we always also engage our stakeholders, reporting, Pak Angga already talked about it. Maybe next page. Ini because of timing, I will actually jump on certain things ya. Ini on the sustainability action. Sebenarnya apa sih? What are we doing? Ya, to really decrease our emission. First of all, we must. Tadi kita bilang ya, we must actually have a net zero by 2030 for scope 1 and scope 2. How we do it? Because we need the electricity. Yeah. So then, our principle is that, we have to try our best first. For example, we have the solar panels. Yeah, we built solar panels in 2024, in 2025, we actually will build a solar panel more in other cities. And then, we have this internal carbon pricing. Anyway, actually is related to how we punish ourselves, for example, because we have target every year. For example, that this last year, 2024, we have to decrease our emission by 25%. Ini very difficult. How actually we can decrease our emission by 25%? The previous year is 23%. For this, we actually calculate how much is sebenarnya actually that we are using this really our emission, and if we don't achieve that, actually we penalize ourselves. We put a budget, to do that for us to buy. I don't know if you actually all read about this newspaper about renewable energy certificate, or tadi juga Pak Angga mention about IDX carbon market. So IDX about renewable energy certificate is a certificate that if we buy, we can actually deduct our emission. For example, this year kita beli ada 11.000 something renewable energy, so we will meet target to minimize our emission by this year. We minimize, deduct our emission usage by 32%. Maybe there are a lot of actually internal things that we do. For example, we decrease the number of our operational car. We change that, our electricity, light become LED. Yeah. So all of this effort is for us to decrease our emissions produced. Next. This is that I talk about that we must really calculate how much is actually our emission being produced, scope 1 and scope 2. Otherwise, we will never can achieve net zero without understanding how much is actually our emission itself. This is the emission that we produce. Actually, is that actually unverified, but actually is verified. KPMG is verify our emission calculation, because nanti nggak bisa dipercaya, katanya our emission is so much gitu. Itu correct atau enggak, akurat atau enggak. So we have a third party to assure that our report was accurate. And for that we use KPMG to do that. And we just pass, and they say that our report is correct. So this blue actually is not there. It's becoming black because it's already verified. There are actually a lot of activities that we do, to have a carbon avoidance on the right side. I don't think that I have time to really to explain one by one, but this is actually we try really our effort to really minimize our emission produced. At the same time, again, we also calculate scope 3 or our customers' emission. We use a PCAF. These are this actually the 9 industry that we already calculate the emission of our customers in those industries, on the 9 industries. Next page. On the pillar 2 that I'm talking about, that we have to be have a profit with the responsible principle. So the way we do actually maximizing the positive impact, meaning what? We try to grow our green or our ESG portfolio, and on top of that, we also try to have a product that really to support our customers and their sustainability journey. On the other hand, on the minimizing negative, we do ESDD, we actually do the diligence, and if we found our customers actually does not meet our requirement, there are a couple of things, we may actually refuse them as our customer. We may actually accept them as a customer with the action plan. We ask them to, for example, if this palm oil company and they don't have certification, we ask them to have a certification with a target date. Yeah, agreed target date between us and them. So we try to minimize by asking our customer together to improve their also sustainability or their journey on the sustainability. Next, yeah. This one is actually a framework, or for us, I don't know if you actually can read, if you heard about greenwashing. Yeah, greenwashing is that meaning that when we do the report or when we actually claim that we actually have this green green portfolio so much, gitu ya. But actually then there is a third party or LSM or anybody saying that your statement was not correct. That is greenwashing, and that in the maybe not Indonesia yet, but actually it may face a law, suit. Ya, jadi ntar bisa jadi jadi masalah hukum. So to avoid this greenwashing, we have a standard that every time when we consider as a greenwashing, we really have to look whether they are actually in this framework or not. Yeah, just to make sure to avoid that Siam Biniaga claim as doing the greenwashing. Next is this positive impact that we actually again to grow our portfolio, but we also have a product side of this. You can see that on the screen that some of this product we gave a certain discount interest rate. Yeah, this customer, if actually they are sustainability finance, sustainability link loan, and so on, we gave them a discount rate. Yeah, and also some of them actually we also discount fees. Yeah, for in this is actually ask our customer to be more and more interested in the sustainable action and sustainability products and their journey. So we gave them discount. Next, just to show that from based on the KKUB is a definition that given by OJK, that 26% of our portfolio are considered as a KKUB. And also on the right side, you can see the products. Our products, we monitor our products. First of all, that we must have a new products from year to year as also a target. And also that we also look at the products itself, that existing product, whether they grow this product or not. And this all product is to support our customers in their journey, on the sustainable journey. Next. I just want to mention about this in a very high level. We do sustainability due diligence. I said that before. Then this sustainability due diligence is that to make sure our customers is not in the exclusion list, to make sure that this customer do not have any issue on the ESG, in the social or environment issues, because if they are actually, we look and we found out that they have an issue with the social issues or environmental issues, then first, it may not be acceptable to us because it, for example, does not meet our criteria, or we talk about risk acceptable to us, or if actually still acceptable, we have to work together with them when they're going to make a correction action. Yeah. So, and then we gave them time. So we do the diligence this, and look at whether they are in the high risk sector or not, whether they are actually aligned with our sector guidance or not. Basically, then we actually gave them rating. Yeah, for the green taxonomy, we have this green 3 rating. In fact, but OJK have a new one, which is Indonesia taxonomy for sustainable finance. Whether they are actually meet the target, meet the criteria, or does not meet the criteria. And then, based on the due diligence, we also have a 5 this, rating, whether they are actually in the low risk or actually isn't prohibited or high risk. Yeah, if it's prohibited, we actually refuse them as our customers. And usually that we refuse the customer is because whether they are in the exclusion list or they are not willing to work together with us. For example, we ask them to do certification, they are not willing to do that, so we will refuse. Or they're willing to do this, but then they exceed the target date 2 times. For example, they say that 1 year, and then 1 year, not yet. 2nd year, not yet. Then we actually ask them, we should actually ask them to pay the loan with us or to move to another bank. So this is how we actually try to be responsible in our business. Next is on the CSR. I don't want to talk much on the CSR. Next page is that, CSR, these are our CSR. A lot of them related to really, some of them actually related to, also sustainability and also environment. Maybe because of the time that, next, actually on the pillar 4. Next page. Governments and risk. Again, I mentioned that this is sustainability and CIMB Niaga is the responsibility of everybody. Each director, we have a target on the KPI on the sustainability. Seriously, when it comes at the end of the year, that my team, this is actually Lina, for example, say, sorry, yeah, for example, this director under corporate, your sustainability rating or rating does not meet. It will impact their bonus, it will impact their salary increase. So each of us in the board of directors really have to work hard to make sure we meet the target on the sustainability. Yeah, each of us has a different target. Of course, for example, myself, I have to make sure that we have the policy and so on and so on and so on. Make sure that implementation is done very well and so on and so on. For example, in the business, they must grow the loan. They must actually new products. If they don't grow the loan on the ESG loan as per in the beginning target, then they will not get a good rating. So this is actually how we do to make sure that everybody in CIMB Niaga working toward the sustainability. I think because of the time, should I?
Yeah, we have to wrap up. Thank you, Bu Francisca, for sharing your expertise. Please give a round of applause to Bu Francisca. Now for our third session, we turn our focus to the importance of audit integrity and investment. As capital markets increasingly integrate environmental, social, and governance or factors, maintaining transparency and trust is more important than ever. We are honored to have Mr. Su Wun Long for our discussion for today. Before we begin the session, please let me introduce our last speaker for today's session. Mr. Su Wun Long is the Group CFO at Sailendra Asia, a role he has held since 2012. With over 30 years of experience in finance and operations, his expertise spans private investment, capital market, life insurance, and private banking. He is also a certified accountant from ACCA UK. He began his career at SG Securities in Malaysia, later serving as CFO at Winterthur Life Indonesia. He then joined Credit Suisse in 2006 as a country controller before taking on his current role. Without further ado, please welcome Mr. Su Wun Long to the stage. How are you, Pak? How are you?
I'm good. Thank you very much for the introduction.
Actually, I'm also a ACCA graduate, Pak. So without further ado, you may start the presentation. The time is yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank the Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Indonesia for inviting me here today to speak with all of you. It's a real honor to be part of this panel, especially in front of such bright, motivated future leaders of Indonesia. Okay, we will start forward with our presentation. So just before we start, I would just like to know if anyone of the audience has ever read a corporate report before, and whether you know what is inside a corporate report. I think for those who have not, I think some of the annual reports can be quite thick and with over 100 pages. So I think this is something that, why is it so such a big, such a huge document is prepared? So because it details a breakdown and analyze the various business segments in various geographical locations, that hence is such a thick document. So what is a corporate report? A corporate report is very similar to what you have as a report card. And also, it also lumped together whether your medical record, your bank statement, and your payroll slip all into one thick booklet. So it gives the reader a sense of what the performance of the company. So, next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. So why is corporate reporting seems like a kaleidoscope? It's because there are many possibilities in how an organization would like to show its performance and also its non-financial information. Okay, next. So the next slide. Principles of good corporate reporting. The characteristics and qualities relating to corporate reporting set out in existing reporting frameworks are robust and remain relevant in evolving corporate reporting landscape. Next slide. It's okay. Yeah. How these characteristics and qualities are embedded within today's way of working continues to influence quality of reporting. At the same time, organizations need to bring together different pieces of information to tell a connected and cohesive story. Now, ACCA has prepared has come up with a report on the 8 principles of good corporate reporting, and are grouped into 4 main themes, which with connectivity and coherence being key in achieving useful corporate reporting, and cutting across the other 3 themes, which is standard and frameworks, data and information, and communication. Next slide. Next slide, please. Oh, yes. Okay. So this is the 8 principles of good corporate reporting with the 4 themes. Next slide, please. As I go into one by one. So what do we mean by connectivity and coherence? So the process of preparing good corporate reports starts with this theme, which is you have to have the main block at the bottom. It will be to begin with the global standard and framework setting stage. And then from there, every country and every region, they have their own jurisdictional policy and regulatory development of these standards. And then each organization, individual organization, would need to embed this into their strategy and their operations. And finally, these are summed up into a report, and reflected in each organization various internal and external communications. The second principle, which is on standards and framework. Next page. Next slide. Okay. On the next slide. So, in terms of standards and frameworks, so these are the building blocks of a good corporate reporting. So, using a high quality, comprehensive global baseline for corporate reporting is more efficient and ensures consistency in treatments and disclosures, giving users information that is relevant, reliable for decision making, enable greater comparability of performance within and among reporting organizations, reduces uncertainties, and improves their understanding of the organization's business model, strategies, and performance. So at the bottom of the block is the standards, which is the accounting, international financial accounting standards, and also other GAAP standards. This is for building your financial report, and then you have now additional reporting, which is the sustainability reports. You have then based on IFRS sustainability disclosure standards. So the key in this is ensuring consistent in treatment and disclosure, and give information to the stakeholders. Next slide. Okay, so the next principle is principle-based and apply proportionality. So global standards needs to be principle-based and proportionality. So any principles and requirements needs to be according to the unique needs and circumstances of the organization, so that the report is relevant to the organization. Then we need to consider the organization cost and effort for gathering and reporting the information against the benefits of the information for the users. So that we target the right stakeholders and ensure that the cost is relevant. Take a multi-capital approach, focusing on factors that influence the organization's ability to create value over time. Next principle is maximize comparability and interoperability as a catalyst. So collaborate. So ensure interoperability does not mean just equivalent. So report information in a way that enables comparison at various levels within the and across organization, within and across industries and sectors, and between different reporting periods. Collaborate with other organizations and industry associations to identify and align industry or sector specific metrics, policies, approaches, and methodologies. Also, ensure that information reported internally for decision making is consistent with information reported externally. Okay, next principle, understand and meet stakeholders' information needs. Decision useful information begins with an in-depth understanding of stakeholders' information needs by working through the questions such as who is the target audience for the information, what information are they interested in, why do they need this information, what specific data is needed to produce. In order to do this, we need to engage with identified stakeholders to understand their respective information needs. Focus on including relevant and material information that enables decision making. Meet the maximum possible common information needs for stakeholders without inundating the user. The next principle of is take a holistic approach to corporate reporting. Sustainability is referred to as a value creation proposition. What does it mean? It means integrating sustainable practices into business strategies or operations can create long-term value, not just in financial terms, but also in social, environment, and ethical aspects. It covers a wide range of value drivers for the organization to present a holistic story of its performance, position, and future prospects. Adopt a holistic view of the organization value chain in identifying and sourcing decisions, relevant data. Derive information from the same source for internal decision making and reporting externally for stakeholders' decision making. Embed the qualitative characteristic of useful information throughout the corporate reporting process. Ensure that reporting catalyzes the necessary systematic change, example, operational changes, better quality information, more efficient and responsible capital allocation. So it's not just enough just to report for reporting's sake. So the principles of good corporate reporting must be embedded into organization reporting processes, people, and technology to maximize and truly reap the benefits of reporting. So the corporate reporting journey matters just as much as the outcome, and this goes on to influence decision making. Next principle. Next principle is on enable and support good governance practices. So corporate reporting must be reliable and trustworthy to support decision making. So the important considerations are define the core boundaries of corporate reporting to clarify what those charged with governance are accountable for and have insight on, as well as what has been audited and assured. Ensure corporate reporting standards are developed after considering the verifiability of the information to be reported. Require mandatory independent assurance of both financial and sustainability related information, and as far as possible at the same level of assurance. Be mindful of respective jurisdictions' maturity levels in determining a timeline for reporting. Ensure that a robust system of oversight is established over time to assess and approve those seeking to conduct assurance work, and also to oversee the quality of assurance work performed. We need to take a longer-term aim for reasonable assurance for over sustainability-related information to become common practice. The next principle is communication, team communication, which is ease of access and avoid disclosure overload. It is not enough to have a good quality information. How that information is delivered is just as important. So we need to determine the most suitable mode of communication. We need to be concise, cross-reference where possible to improve information connectivity and coherence. Move away from an overly compliance-centric mindset and avoid boilerplate disclosures. Remove excessive, repetitive, or redundant disclosures to avoid information overload. Consider which technology or information system will most facilitate timely access. Using AI and machine learning tools to process large amounts of data to help identify error, frauds, and also trends. Okay, next. So all these 8 principles of corporate best practice for corporate reporting principles are embedded in ACCA report. You can read the report in the web link. And that is, I will end my presentation for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Songhulung, for the new insight. As Mr. Songhulung have said about the ACCA principles of the core reporting and also the investor points of view, how about the as the end user of the report, how it should be reporting. Now let's move on to the next session. I hope you are feeling as energized and inspired as I am after listening to many insightful sessions from the expert. I'm honored to be your moderator for today's exciting talk show. We have an incredible lineup of speakers, as you may see, who are experts in their field, and I'm thrilled to dive into today's topic about the auditing and sustainable finance roadmap execution. This is a conversation that is not only timely, but also incredibly important, and I'm sure it will spark some thought-provoking ideas and insight. Before we begin the talk show, let's once again give a big round of applause for our incredible speakers for sharing their insight. Thank you so much for our speakers to sharing about their insight from their expertise in the previous session. And I'm really confident that everyone have gained valuable insight and learned about the ESG reporting and also as well as the sustainable finance roadmap in more depth in today's session. Now let's move on to the next session. We will have about 30 minutes discussion. And for now, please allow me to ask a few questions to delve deeper into each topic. Now I will start with Pak Puja. Pak Puja, you have shared a lot about the adoption of the sustainability assurance in Indonesia. Could you please elaborate more about how long will it take for Indonesia to make assurance for sustainability reports mandatory, and also what needs to be prepared for that? Yeah, I will leave it as that.
Okay, thank you for the question. I think that's a good question. So if you remember the one that I just explained earlier here about the journey of the sustainability reporting standard first. So we start with the PSPK 1 and PSPK 2, which now is still draft exposures. So now it's still open for comment from the public. So it will be expected that we finalize this probably in the Q2 of 2025. Yeah, the Q2 2025. So by then this standard, it will be effective in 1st January 2027. So meaning that with the company in Indonesia, when they implement the PSPK 1 and PSPK 2 on the 1st January 2027, meaning it will be reflected in their reporting period, which is ended by 31st December 2027, right? By then, I think it's referred to the company, whether the company would like to have an assurance over this sustainability related informations. Yeah, if they would like to have an assurance, they will go to the assurer for sure. But now in Indonesia, currently, we only have the ISAA, which is the SPA standard on perikatan assurance, yeah, 3000 and 3410. So this now is still effective until later on the standard for the assurance on the sustainability disclosure, which will be probably adopted, yeah, or I don't know, the reference will be adapted or referred to the ISSA 5000. So this ISSA 5000 is now becoming already published in international since 2025. So if we see the roadmap of this sustainability reporting and assurance in Indonesia, so probably if the Association of the Public Accountant in Indonesia, they probably discuss this and then plan to issue the standard assurance for Indonesia, which referring to the ISSA 5000. For example, they still have like 2 or 3 years time. So then, by then, when the sustainability reporting standard PSPK 2 is applied by the company, we are also ready to start the assurance using the new assurance standard in Indonesia, which probably in 2028 something. Yeah. So that's my personal opinion, because now as we are still waiting, we don't know, right, how the progress in Indonesia. But considering the roadmap of the sustainability reporting and assurance, so it will be probably around that time. Yeah.
Okay. I actually have a follow-up question for that.
Please.
In 2027, it means like the company has to have the assurance like audited sustainability reporting, or?
Okay. So now that's interesting because the regulation is not there. So now even in Indonesia itself, there is no mandatory regulations that regulated the company to have an assurance report. Yeah. So the Indonesian regulation now is only POJK 51, which required the company under OJK, like financial services and then listed company, public company, to publish the sustainability report. No assurance. So now the practice in Indonesia, when like Ibu mentions that the sustainability information of the CMP Niaga is also assured by the third-party verification part, it's because of the voluntarily, they would like to have more accurate, more reliable information that would like to submit to the stakeholder, etc. And also probably there is a requirement also from the group, from the group of this company to also do the assurance. So it's more to meet the stakeholder or the investor needs to do assurance. But if we are talking about the regulations in Indonesia, there are still no mandatory assurance for this sustainability information, unless, for example, if they would like to get an access, right? Access to the cost capital to the bank. Probably if, for example, I would like to obtain the bank loan from Ibu, yeah? They will ask me whether you have the target for the sustainability activities. And this information you need to report to me after verified by the third party. So then probably I need to go to the third party verification to verify my sustainability informations. Yeah.
So until now it's still voluntary, not
Correct.
mandatory. Okay, maybe I have also have a question for Pak Puja. This is last question.
Okay.
Yeah. What do you think is the current progress of our ESG reporting in Indonesia compared to other countries?
Okay. Yeah, other country probably, probably can share later from the perspective of other country like Malaysia or something. Probably you have experience on that one. But in Indonesia, yeah, we are actually the third year. If you see that the 3-year gaps, right? 3 years gap, right? Because the SFB standard in 1st January 2024, but we push ourselves to make it effective in 1st January 2027, meaning we have 3 years gap, right? It's already I would say that it is already an achievement for Indonesia to also have a responsibility, a good responsibility, and respond on this SSB standard, because we cannot delay more to refer to the SSB standard, because now internationally I think the international investor, they now is more concerned on that one. So if we delay this more, I think it would not good for Indonesia in the world presence. But for other country like Malaysia, Singapore, probably they earlier than us, but the gap probably only 1 or 2 years. But I would say that we have progress on that one. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Pak Puja. Now we will move on to Bu Francisca. Thank you. You have shared about the company's point of view, especially in the banking, and also company's real action, actually, how the implementation of the sustainable finance roadmap. My question is, what aspects still needs to be facilitated to support green financing?
I think first of all, what we need is the definition of the green financing itself. Today, I think the definition is not very clear, and therefore that I previously shared. For example, we have a framework just to make sure for ourselves is that to make sure that when we declare that it's actually as a green financing or something like that, make sure that actually is still within the framework, and that framework actually we already refer to an international standard. So this is something that's still missing, I think, in Indonesia, that then, when we declare as a green financing, probably the definition from one to the other are not the same. This is very important because then, what we need actually is for the investor, for example, when they read this report, is actually using the same standard. Otherwise, actually, then, it's not, it's like comparable. Yeah, it's very important that. However, and then the second one is that for us that truthfully is that to expand the green financing is still is still a challenge to us. Yeah, because I think that for example OJK, yeah, OJK is quite ambitious. For us, okay, you have this actually green financing. You report that your action plan. And then this is actually how you define as a tax. I mean Indonesia taxonomy for responsible for financing responsible. I mean TKBI. So actually it's very ambitious about it, but it's not aligned from one government body to the other government body. And we want to, of course, as a bank, we really want to grow our green financing portfolio. It's not easy, yeah, because the other party or our customers are not ready, yeah. So how we go, to grow if the other party is not, ready. So what we need actually in here to grow this green financing is the alignment even actually among the regulator itself, yeah. One is push and the other one is just, nothing really. Or some actually the regulation is already there, but the enforcement is also not there. So this is, second things that I think we need to have. The third, probably also to help, or because this is something new and so on, we need to have something to this company who already started the green financing. Probably they got actually, leniency or like a tax discount or something like that. So to, these companies to start to really care about this, Otherwise, they don't see any benefit. They only see this as a cost to them. There is no enforcement. It's a cost of them. Who do you think that will start? Nobody. Yeah. So then we need also probably think that how to give them back something, either tax benefit or anything else. So that's probably 3 things that I think is very important that we have.
So do you mean we are still on progress currently, and also from the CMB Niaga, like you said, like we have also have to curate our clients, like the mining and etc. Okay, I also have another question for you. As the Sustainable Finance Roadmap Phase 2 would be ended this year, like the Phase 2, yeah. And do you have any color for the implementation for the Phase 3, especially for the banking industry?
Maybe like input, yeah, is one. I talk about, like, for example, the alignment among the government. This is something that really have to, that the government will have to think, because the alignment from one government to the other government I mentioned earlier is very important, and also benefit to, for the customer itself when they start have their green, sustainability action plan. And then, second, probably what we have to think actually is about, probably the government should have actually start to have, national data, integrated line. But for us, actually, that to be able to see the progress on the reduction of the emission. Yeah, today we don't know actually where are these companies or industry, whether they actually, so we don't have any data, yeah, for us. Whereas actually it's important for us to have also a data in order for us to achieve the net zero target. Yeah, so we have to know where they are, where actually this industry, in fact, actually each company, are they actually have any progress or not? Because only based on that, we actually can have what you call it, a new policy or action plan or something like that. So these two are actually important. And the third one I mentioned in a way earlier is that we should actually have a certain definition or parameter on the green financing and so on, that, the same standard. Otherwise, that, the international, because this report is also read by the investors. Yeah, if you don't have a definition, a real, clear definition on the green financing, on the taxonomy and so on, then, the investor may not be able to read us, in a way that they should be able to read.
Okay, maybe last question for Bu Francisca. Actually, I'm quite interested in the impact of the implementation of the green financing to actually increase the compliance or the green for the client of your client.
For the client or for CMB Niaga?
Do they are more like comply and do more ESG reporting to get the green financing?
Okay, for the report itself, today we are still actually in the phase of talking with our customers, or emphasize them, or actually persuade them to start to have this, emission report. For example, for the, customer UMKM, for example, we already, finalized this. For example, is that tools for them that they can use it freely, that if they put the data, then these tools will be able to calculate their emission, for example. So by this, they can actually see the way, their emission, and they can monitor if they want to decrease their emission. So and then we also provide them with some advisors, and then for them to have a journey. We do actually, so this is one of the, how we CMB Niaga try to persuade them, for example, to have an emission report, and then, they have a journey as well. Like journey, because by them be able to calculate their emission, then, they might actually have a next action that, try to minimize or to reduce their emission. Second, we also, of course, have products I mentioned earlier that, for those customers that meet our target, they will actually get the discount interest rate. So, and also some other products, we give them discount on our fee, and so on and so on. So, this is one of the things that to attract our customer, that they have a journey on the sustainability. And also we give them advisors, and also that, for example, because we have a target on how they, minimize or reduce their emission, intensity. Then, we talk with them, like, for example, can you actually change the machinery to become more, friendly, less emission if you actually change the machine and so on. So there's a lot of conversation between us and the customers to really, to assist them to have, their sustainability journey and also report.
Okay, thank you so much, Bu Francisca. It's really clear for us. Now, let's move to Pak Suwen Long. Maybe I have a question. As an investor, do you think the information in the sustainability report released by the companies in Indonesia meets the expectation and provides what is needed?
I think Indonesia has made quite significant progress already in terms of its reporting on environmental sustainability. I think, but still, of course, there's more to every country faces the same situation. And also Indonesia, has to be commended for setting quite a high, already set the standard for reducing carbon emission, and also in terms of energy renewal. I think there's quite a bit of initiative in that area. I think so. Indonesia has also done quite a few in terms of green energy, as well as in terms of EV vehicles. So I think that's, I think apart from that, there's still a lot more to be done. But overall, I think that there's quite a good progress. But I think with international support in Indonesia's initiative, I think by 2030 you may be able to reach your 41% target.
Okay, thank you. But I also have maybe follow-up questions for this one. Speaking from your experience, like going abroad, do you see if foreign investors show more interest in the companies that have implemented ESG than the local investor?
Yes, I do see the importance and relevance of sustainability reporting to foreign investors. They do look at what are the, not just trendy, like what Ibu Francisca said, not just greenwashing. So I think those are relevant. I think the investors do want to see transparent and reliable sustainable reports.
Okay, maybe could you please elaborate more on how important do you think the sustainability report or assurance for investors to make the investment decision?
Okay. Can you repeat the question?
Sorry, could you please elaborate more on how important do you think the sustainability reporting or assurance for the investor to make the decisions of investment decision?
Yes, I think it's also part of the sustainability report now is how the organization the governance of the organizations is being part of the annual report to the investors. So they will look at what has been done, not just promises, but they also do check on what has actually been done, how much has been achieved. This is relevant to see the organization is putting actual efforts rather than just what they call that plans for sustainability initiatives.
Maybe I also have additional questions for you. What is actually your suggestion as an investor point of view, as the user of the ESG reporting for the phase 3 of sustainable finance roadmap that's soon to be implemented in Indonesia? Do you have a suggestion?
Can you repeat the question again? Sorry.
What is your suggestion as an investor of the ESG reporting as part of the phase 3 of sustainable finance roadmap that soon be implemented in Indonesia? Do you have Any
I'm not too familiar with that. So maybe Pak Yoga, you want to have that? So
it's a suggestion for the ESG reporting in Indonesia to be better, something like that. For the phase 3 of the sustainable
phase
financial.
3. Yeah. So I'm not too familiar with that.
Yeah, I think we see, I mean, not only from the phase 1, phase 2, or phase 3, but if we're talking about the quality of the ESG reporting, I think we should see it as a whole aspect, as our perspective in the holistic of whether this information that disclosed in the ESG report or sustainability report is actually accurate, complete, and more importantly, I think from the investor point of view, it's relevant, right? If it is not relevant, I think it would not have a value for the investor. It will not be meaningful for them, right? Because if we back to the concept of the materiality under the ISSB standard or DEP, yeah, I think it's material information. If they think that this information, sustainability is an opportunity that will impact, yeah, is reasonably impact the decisions of an investor or lender, yeah, on relations with the daily economic decisions, I think. So that's important.
Thank you so much for the answer. Maybe one last question, maybe for Pak Puja. Given the complexity and unstandardized of ESG reporting guidelines and different measurements that are being used by the companies on the measuring the ESG reporting, how does the auditor give the assurance on the ESG reporting? Maybe you can give a color.
Okay, it's interesting. Correct, because this is the current practice in Indonesia, right? I mean, before this draft exposure of the PSPK 1 or 2 will be effective, I think our client is still probably doing based on the current reporting, like the GRI, SASB, and etc., TCFD, and etc., right? But from the assurance perspective, one important thing that the assurer need to ensure is that whether this engagement meet the preconditions of the assurance engagement or not. So one of the considerations to meet the precondition of the assurance engagement is whether they have the established criteria or not. Meaning that GRI, there will be a established criteria. Yeah. So for example, the SASB and etc. is of course it will be also part of them. So meaning that when the company report the sustainability information, they need to have something to be followed as their reference. For example, in reference to the GRI, in reference to SASB and etc. So this thing is actually, of course, they will have multiple aspects, right? But they actually, I would say that they will actually complement each other. Because, for example, like for the banking industry, other than the GRI, they will follow the SASB for the financial services or banking sector, but they will also follow the SASBA. You have SASBA, right? So in our new standard, the SSB standard itself, yeah, even it is mentioned. Specifically, I quote for the IFRS 2 here. Yeah, in the IFRS 2 here, it actually mentions that there is resources that the company can refer, which is the SASB. But on top of that, they also can refer to, for example, the TDSB framework or other relevant industry framework, yeah, or other from the standard setter, as long as it's not in compliance with the laws and regulation of the jurisdiction. Yeah, so meaning that the multiples framework now is actually, it will be like a complement each other for the standpoint of the sustainability reporting. But of course from the investor, like Ibu Francisca explained earlier, they need to have one of the standard internationally which can be used for them to be as a benchmark, right? So they can compare each other, apple to apple. So that's why that's the spirit for the ISSB standard that we have at this moment. Yeah.
Thank you for all the speakers. Due to the time constraints, unfortunately, we have to end this session and move into the next session. Once again, it was such an honor to have an insightful discussion with all of the incredible speakers. Now, before moving to the next session, we would like to open the floor for a Q&A session. This is your opportunity to ask our esteemed speakers any question you may have. If you have any question, please raise your hand and we will hand a microphone to you. Kindly introduce yourself and keep your question concise. Anyone? Any questions from here? Committee, can you please help?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ray. I'm from Tax Administration, University of Indonesia. And my question is, with the growing emphasis on sustainability and ESG principles, companies are increasingly integrating green financing and sustainable reporting into their business strategies. However, discrepancies often arise between financial reports and actual environmental impact, raising concern about greenwashing. And my question is, how can financial auditing evolve to ensure that ESG commitments are truly reflected in corporate actions and not just in reports? Should there be a standardized global framework for ESG auditing? And if so, what key elements should it include to prevent misleading sustainability claims? Thank you.
Thank you, Ray, for the question. Also, the questions will be how to ensure actually the implementation of ESG reporting, not just based on report, but an actual action. Maybe would like to answer? Maybe Bu Francisca?
This is one of the things that we need to have to be assured, yeah. Our sustainability report need to be assured by third party. Again, I think Bapak already explained that, of course, there is no requirement by regulation. There is no required by regulator for us to be assured by third party, but this is what we do. We ask a third party really kind of assured, meaning that kind of a little bit like an audit, yeah. So to make sure that what is actually being reported was accurate, was really credible, and something that really what we do. I think that's the answer for this.
Abuja, do you want to add something?
No, I think, but just want to share something because I think the question how the financials verification is doing verified what they want. Yeah. So the first thing, if you we use the analogy of the sustainability informations that disclosed in the sustainability report. It will be like qualitative informations, right? It could be some of them also quantitative information. For example, the company would like to achieve the zero emission target for this year by certain percentage reducing, right? They will show this in their sustainability informations disclosures, like the trend. Oh, for example, the emission reduced from year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4. But from the assurer standpoint, we sometimes need to see whether these facts and circumstances is actually aligned with the growing of the company. Because, for example, I give you an example for the manufacturing company. Manufacturing company, of course, they will depends on the manufacturing facility, right? When doing the manufacturing facility, there will be the production activity, meaning that when they doing the production, this machinery will run, right? So they will result the emissions, right? But when we see the fact in the sustainability information that the emissions target is okay, reducing, for example, the CO2 equivalent numbers, but then we see why this company is growing. So meaning that the sales amount from year to year is increasing. So with this illustration is actually from the standpoint of the assurer, we need to see that whether this fact is consistent or not. Let's think. Because if the activity of the company is growing, meaning that the production activity is increasing, meaning that the number of the emissions that produced by that manufacturing facility should be theoretically increased, right? But then they claim that they already, achieve the reductions of the emission. So this is one of the example, I think, to give you a flavor that this is how we do. Yeah. So we don't see only focusing on the sustainability informations on the sustainability report, but we see the connectivity with the financial statement as well, because it will help us to identify the risk, whether this is okay or not. Yeah, something like that. Thank you.
So, yeah, to wrap up, maybe is if we have to see the alignment between the financial performance and non-financial performance. Yeah, Ray, do you have any follow-up questions, or is it enough? Yeah, thank you. Yeah. We also open for the other questions. Any other questions, maybe from online or offline? Sorry. Sorry, we cannot read. Yeah, okay. For the in the floor, do you have any other questions? We will give one opportunity to ask questions. If not, maybe we will move to online questions, Q&A. Committee, can you please help to show the slide though, maybe? Maybe while waiting the questions, maybe I will just ask the questions again. Maybe will try to ask questions first to the. Oh yeah. Oh sorry. It's already. Sorry, I will try to just standing to read the questions. Okay, I will take the first questions from Anazi. The question is: are there any successful cases in Indonesia that demonstrate how financial policy and audit can be used to support sustainability goals? Maybe all the analysts wants to answer. Yeah. Yeah, maybe Pak Wujud. Maybe Pak Bucha will answer the audit part, for the audit part.
Yeah. Okay, so the question is the case, right, in Indonesia, right? So I think if we're talking about the case of Indonesia, I think this is something that we need to check the accuracy of the cases, right? So I would answer this from the standpoint of what is the benefit of the audits on the sustainability informations, right? Whether this will also contribute on the company's sustainability goals or not. Yeah, for sure, I think if we back to the analogy that the investor is the one who need the sustainability informations which been assured by the third party verifications, right? So let's say we do limited assurance, right? So by doing the limited assurance, then we will actually issue the assurance statement, yeah, saying that based on our procedures, blah, 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 nothing came to our attentions that the selected sustainability information as the company published in their sustainability report is not in accordance with the specific framework. We would say the GRI or probably the SSB standard, etc. So this is to give some assurance level, right, to which the company then attach this statement report in their sustainability report, which they will probably submit this to the shareholders, investor, lender, and etc. Of course, it will support the sustainability goals, meaning that if they already have the goals and target in their sustainability report, like blah, 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 but then there is an audit, an assurance for these informations, meaning it will support them, right, to achieve those targets, because these numbers have been verified anyway. Yeah. So that's from my side, I think. Evelyn?
Okay, thank you. Any other speakers want to add, or?
What I can share actually is that, after we have this sustainability journey, and of course we have it in the report, actually also being, assured by the party. I mean, first of all, I believe that this actually increased investor trust to us. Yeah, and I can see that from time to time, CIMB Niaga, for example, CIMB Niaga shares in the last 3 years increasing a lot. Of course, in the last 2 months is actually like, together with the other financial banks and so on, actually a little bit down, but this one is more on the external matters. But however, actually, in generally speaking, our shares actually increasing, the trend of the increase of our shares is even higher compared to the others. So that's actually reflect that how this, that we have successfully, that put, our effort to have a sustainability journey in our, that it will impact our performance. Also, for example, on our, in our profit, our profit actually in the last 2 years actually is one of the highest profit ever for CIMB Niaga. Again, I believe this is actually reflect that how the customer really and also investor trust us. On the third one actually is that, from the reputation part, for CIMB Niaga, for example, I'm here being invited. Definitely is part of that, is reflect the, reflect is the successful of how CIMB Niaga is known as one of the institutions that we really do a lot of actions on the sustainability, and actually we are in the right journey. On top of that, not only that, I'm being invited here, but also we receive offer from, for example, from international body to give us actually grant, grant fund, for us to use to actually, to fund our, for example, in this case is for our UMKM or actually small business loan. So there are a lot of actually impact, to us, definitely. And the last but not least is actually employee. Yeah, I actually started this, when I'm sitting here, actually one of the statement that I mentioned is about when I interview people, why you apply CIMB Niaga, and one of the answer actually is that, they recognize CIMB Niaga has a very good ESG journey.
Thank you so much for the speakers for the very well explained answer. Maybe we will take the last questions, which is from Sultan Sani Bagus Limawan. The question is, who actually holds the big control over ESG? Is it the government, since rules and laws are being a big deal for this? Who wants to take this? Who wants to take? Or maybe
I will start that, maybe Bapak can, add for this.
Maybe,
Actually, I mentioned earlier that, yes, government actually have a big role on this. However, big role on this, a couple of things that I mentioned earlier, for example, alignment between one government to their government, help actually have a data, data for us actually, or stakeholders to really see where we are, commitment, real commitment, because tell you the truth, some of the government bodies that we don't know what are actually they doing. Really actually they're serious or not. Third, we're talking also about, for example, probably give a certain benefit to those companies that who actually already start in their journey. However, we cannot rely only on the government. I mentioned this actually, ESG is a collaboration for everybody. Yeah, government is very important, yes, but industry, I mean, ourselves, that, public, even actually everybody who actually are here is also responsible. So this is again, is a collaboration of all parties, not only for the government.
So thank you, Bu Francisca. Maybe the other speakers want to add something? Or it's already enough? Yeah, it's already enough. So yeah, like Bu Francisca mentioned that government plays a key role of the ESG reporting, but we are also, as the company, as an individual, we also have to take a role as well. Yeah. Maybe that will wrap up our questions for Q&A sessions today. Thank you for those insightful questions. And a big thank you to our speakers for their engaging discussion. We get from the Apuja, from the adoptions of the sustainability assurance, and also from the corporate point of view from Bu Francisca, and also from investor point of view as the end of users of the sustainability. At this point, we will let our speakers step off the stage. Please give them another round of applause. You made it. As we wrap up today's seminar, I want to extend my deepest gratitude to our speaker for sharing their expertise and to all of you for your active participations. With that, now I hand back to our MC to guide us through the rest of today's event. Fadil and Bianca, over to you.
Thank you to all our speakers for their insightful discussion today. As a token of appreciation, we will present plaques to our speakers and moderator.
The first plaque will be presented to Mr. Angga Puja Prayoga as the first speaker for today's seminar. We invite Ali as the project officer of the 24th ATV to present the plaque.
The second plaque will be presented to Ms. Francisca Oy as the speaker for today's seminar. We invite Zakwan as the Vice Project Officer to present the plaque.
For the third plaque, will be presented to Mr. Su Woon Long as the speaker for today's seminar. We invite Daryl as the manager of event to present the play.
And for the last play will be presented to Miss Evelyn Mulyani as the moderator for today's seminar. We invite Grace as the vice manager of event to present the play.
Before we end this seminar, we would like to do a photo session with the speakers and moderator. This session will be led by the organizing committee.
Please stand up, everyone. For everyone who's in the left and the right, please move to the center. For the photo session, I will count from 3. Okay? 1, 2, 3. Again. 1, 2, 3. Okay, please remain seated again. With the conclusion of this photo session, we officially close the seminar of the 24th ATV. Once again, we would like to extend our gratitude to the parties who have contributed to the success of this event.
A special thank you to our esteemed sponsors of the 24th ATV, Pertamina Gas Negara,
PT Perkebunan Nusantara 4,
BRI Dana Reksa Sekuritas,
Implora,
Bayu,
Bank DKI,
Pajaku,
BPJS Ketenagakerjaan,
Ito N,
Onyx,
Kopi Kenangan,
Iluni FEB UI,
CPA Australia,
and Cleo.
and a heartfelt, resounding thank you to our incredible media partners, Metro TV,
Tempo,
Media Indonesia,
Medcom.id,
IAI Jawa Barat,
Radio Per FM,
Greeneration,
Brilionet,
FIFA News,
SPA FEB UI,
BEM FEB UI,
HMA FEB USU,
HMVA UI,
BAK FEB Undip,
KSA UKDW,
and Kompasiana. For e-certificate, please fill out the feedback form via the QR code displayed on the screen and in the Zoom chat.
Finally, we apologize for any inconveniences during today's event. We hope this seminar provides valuable insights for all participants.
And lastly, I am Fadil.
And I am Bianca.
Good evening and see you at the 25th ATV.
Provider nggak gitu-gitu aja, dengan nomor aktif selamanya. Jadi nggak ribet gonta-ganti SIM card. Kuotanya utuh 24 jam. Bisa internetan siang dan malam. Dan dengan sinyal kuat Telkomsel, bikin bebas kemana aja. Yuk pakai Bayu sekarang, biar kamu bebas nggak gitu-gitu aja.
Baru Implora Day to Day Series, lengkapi harimu bareng Day to Day two-way cake yang samarkan Polri. Ada kitchen lip bullet yang gampang dibawa kemana aja dengan warna pigmented untuk wajah lebih fresh. Super Slim Day to Day Brow Puff buat alismu tampak natural. Day to Day Light Matte Lip Cream dengan formula ringan yang melembabkan bibir. Implora Day to Day Series, cantik tiap detik.
Download sekarang. Berani menunjukkan diriku yang baru. Dengan Implora Urban Lip Cream Matte yang banyak pilihan warna. Formula ringan dan tahan lama untuk setiap penampilan. Implora Urban Series. Berani jadi aku.
Urban Lip Cream Matte dengan tampilan baru. Mengandung vitamin E untuk lembabkan bibirmu. Hasilnya matte, transfer proof, dan ringan. Urban Lip Cream Matte, lip cream nomor 1 di Indonesia. Implora, approved by me.
Berpengalaman lebih dari 40 tahun di pasar modal Indonesia. BRI Dana Reksa terdepan dalam mendukung aktivitas investasi Anda. Dengan BRI Dana Reksa Multi Investment Account, Anda dapat berinvestasi saham, obligasi, reksadana dalam satu genggaman. Raih tujuan investasi Anda bersama BRI Dana Reksa Sekuritas.
Investasi mudah, modern, kekinian, simple, anti ribet, dan fun. Hadir hanya untuk kamu. Bright Easy dari Brights. Download sekarang.
Di bawah langit yang luas dan di antara hamparan yang hidup, kami memulai perjalanan kami. Bagi kami, setiap tetes minyak kelapa sawit yang dihasilkan mengandung masa depan. Masa depan yang kami genggam erat, masa depan yang menjanjikan keberlanjutan, inovasi, dan kemajuan. Komitmen kami tidak hanya sekedar kata. Dari para petani yang menanam dan merawat, hingga para teknisi dan ilmuwan yang menemukan teknologi baru. Setiap tangan yang terlibat mewujudkan komitmen kami pada keberlanjutan dan inovasi. Dengan teknologi terkini, kami memimpin masa depan kelapa sawit yang lebih baik. Setiap langkah yang kami ambil didukung oleh inovasi. Mulai dari pemantauan pertumbuhan dengan drone hingga riset berkelanjutan di laboratorium kami memastikan proses yang lebih efisien, lebih aman, dan ramah lingkungan. Bagi kami, keberlanjutan adalah prioritas utama. PAMCO terus berupaya mengurangi dampak lingkungan. Kami menjaga hutan, mengolah limbah, dan bekerja bersama komunitas untuk melindungi keanekaragaman hayati yang ada di sekitar kita. Kami percaya bahwa keberhasilan kami adalah keberhasilan bersama. PAMCO berperan aktif dalam pemberdayaan ekonomi, pendidikan, dan kesehatan. Karena masa depan yang lebih baik adalah masa depan yang kita bangun bersama. The future in our palm, bersama PAMCO, kita akan terus merajut mimpi masa depan yang penuh harapan. Karena masa depan ada di genggaman kita.
jam 2 siang.
Untuk orang event boleh kesini yuk. Ma.
Participant and speaker of the ATV
Ma.
2025
Video terus jadinya di loading out kapan? Apa?
First of all, I have to thank the government and school students.
Jam 6 bisa gak?
It's very important when you
Itu
have
boleh kok masih
decided
jam
as
5
an
juga.
auditor. The first thing you have to understand is above the written law, we have called ethics. That's the very principle.
Nanti saja. Kongres event.
Bayu provider nggak gitu-gitu aja, dengan nomor aktif selamanya. Jadi nggak ribet untuk ganti SIM card. Kuotanya utuh 24 jam. Bisa internetan siang dan malam. Dan dengan sinyal kuat Telkomsel, bikin bebas kemana aja. Yuk pakai Bayu sekarang, biar kamu bebas nggak gitu-gitu aja.
Baru Implora Day to Day Series, lengkapi harimu bareng Day to Day 2-way cake yang samarkan pori. Ada kitchen lip bullet yang gampang dibawa kemana aja dengan warna pigmented untuk wajah lebih fresh. Super Slim Day to Day Brow Pop buat alismu tampak natural. Day to Day Light Matte Lip Cream dengan formula ringan yang melembabkan bibir. Implora Day to Day Series, cantik tiap detik.
Berani menunjukkan diriku yang baru. Dengan Implora Urban Lip Cream Matte yang banyak pilihan warna. Formula ringan dan tahan lama untuk setiap penampilan. Implora Urban Series, berani jadi aku.
Urban Lip Cream Matte dengan tampilan baru. Mengandung vitamin E untuk lembabkan bibirmu. Hasilnya matte, transfer proof, dan ringan. Urban Lip Cream Matte, lip cream nomor 1 di Indonesia. Implora, approved by me.
Berpengalaman lebih dari 40 tahun di pasar modal Indonesia, BRI Dana Reksa terdepan dalam mendukung aktivitas investasi Anda. Dengan BRI Dana Reksa Multi Investment Account, Anda dapat berinvestasi saham, obligasi, reksadana dalam satu genggaman. Raih tujuan investasi Anda bersama BRI Dana Reksa Sekuritas.
Investasi mudah, modern, kekinian, simple, anti ribet, dan fun. Hadir hanya untuk kamu. Bright Easy dari Brights. Download sekarang.
Di bawah
langit yang luas dan di antara hamparan yang hidup, kami memulai perjalanan kami. Bagi kami, setiap tetes minyak kelapa sawit yang dihasilkan mengandung masa depan. Masa depan yang kami genggam erat, masa depan yang menjanjikan keberlanjutan, inovasi, dan kemajuan. Komitmen kami tidak hanya sekedar kata. Dari para petani yang menanam dan merawat, hingga para teknisi dan ilmuwan yang menemukan teknologi baru. Setiap tangan yang terlibat mewujudkan komitmen kami pada keberlanjutan dan inovasi. Dengan teknologi terkini, kami memimpin masa depan kelapa sawit yang lebih baik. Setiap langkah yang kami ambil didukung oleh inovasi. Mulai dari pemantauan pertumbuhan dengan drone hingga riset berkelanjutan di laboratorium kami memastikan proses yang lebih efisien, lebih aman, dan ramah lingkungan. Bagi kami, keberlanjutan adalah prioritas utama. PAMCO terus berupaya mengurangi dampak lingkungan. Kami menjaga hutan, mengolah limbah, dan bekerja bersama komunitas untuk melindungi keanekaragaman hayati yang ada di sekitar kita. Kami percaya bahwa keberhasilan kami adalah keberhasilan bersama. PAMCO berperan aktif dalam pemberdayaan ekonomi, pendidikan, dan kesehatan. Karena masa depan yang lebih baik adalah masa depan yang kita bangun bersama. The future in our palm. Bersama PAMCO, kita akan terus merajut mimpi masa depan yang penuh harapan. Karena masa depan ada di genggaman kita.
Ayo event, foto yuk.
Halo event.
Alia mana?
Event, ayo foto sebelum videotronnya di loading out.
Ini Alia mana? Alia mana?
Banyak yang gak ada, Jess juga belum ada.
Mereka masih pada di sana ya, nemenin si Jess.
Kemungkinan akan terus diapa ya?
Ketemu lagi di Wismaka.
Belum ada.
Ada satu masalah.
Curhat aja ya, karena merasa pendek.
You kind of feel like you're closing a chapter and the stuff that inspires you.
Membuat acara sedatar untuk Jesselyn, untuk Alia, untuk Ades, Fadil, Adesha, Jesselyn, bla bla bla, Alia, bla bla bla.
Viral.
Ada semana?
Viral.
Udah cross check belum?
Jess masih nunggu.
Hati-hati, salah informasi.
Berita viral memang selalu bikin gempar. Di Newsline kami kasih lebih. Jadi Anda tidak hanya jadi si paling tahu, tapi juga yang paling paham.
Makin lengkap dengan pembahasan penting.
Dan penuh
Di mana
inspirasi
ya?
lainnya.
Oh itu dia.
Newsline, setiap hari, live, jam 2 siang.
Panggilin Jess sama
Bayu, provider nggak gitu-gitu aja.
Dan malah
Dengan nomor
duduk.
aktif selamanya. Jadi nggak ribet gonta-ganti SIM card. Kuotanya utuh 24 jam.
Bedanya apa? Pijakan.
Bisa internetan siang dan malam. Dan dengan sinyal kuat Telkomsel, bikin bebas kemana aja. Yuk pakai Bayu sekarang, biar kamu bebas nggak gitu-gitu aja.
Baru Implora Day to Day Series, lengkapi harimu bareng Day to Day 2-way cake yang samarkan pori. Ada kitchen lip bullet yang gampang dibawa kemana aja dengan warna pigmented untuk wajah lebih fresh. Super Slim Day to Day Brow Pop buat alismu tampak natural. Day to Day Light Matte Lip Cream dengan formula ringan yang melembabkan bibir. Implora Day to Day Series, cantik
Jesselin.
Berani menunjukkan diriku yang baru. Dengan Implora Urban Lip Cream Matte yang banyak pilihan warna. Formula ringan dan tahan lama untuk setiap penampilan. Implora Urban Series, berani jadi aku.
Urban Lip Cream Matte dengan tampilan baru. Mengandung vitamin E untuk lembabkan bibirmu. Hasilnya matte, transfer proof, dan ringan. Urban Lip Cream Matte, lip cream nomor 1 di Indonesia. Implora, approved by me.
Berpengalaman lebih dari 40 tahun di pasar modal Indonesia. BRI Dana Reksa terdepan dalam mendukung aktivitas investasi Anda. Dengan BRI Dana Reksa Multi Investment Account, Anda dapat berinvestasi saham, obligasi, reksadana dalam
Guys,
satu pegangan.
guys, HT.
Baik tujuan investasi Anda bersama BRI Dana Reksa Sekuritas.
Tolong.
Investasi mudah, modern, kekinian, simple, anti ribet, dan fun. Hadir hanya untuk kamu. Bright Easy dari Brights. Download sekarang.
Jess.
Di bawah langit yang luas dan di antara hamparan yang hidup, kami memulai perjalanan kami. Bagi kami, setiap tetes minyak kelapa sawit yang dihasilkan mengandung masa depan. Masa depan yang kami genggam erat, masa depan yang menjanjikan keberlanjutan, inovasi, dan kemajuan. Komitmen kami tidak hanya sekedar kata. Dari para petani yang menanam dan merawat, hingga para teknisi dan ilmuwan yang menemukan teknologi baru. Setiap tangan yang terlibat mewujudkan komitmen kami pada keberlanjutan dan inovasi. Dengan teknologi terkini, kami memimpin masa depan kelapa sawit yang lebih baik.
Felicia
Setiap langkah